Good morning and welcome. My name is Councillor Smart and I am the chair of this committee. I'd like to welcome you all to Cambridge City Council's Planning Committee meeting taking place at 10:30 a.m. on the 26th of April. Other members of the committee, I'll let them introduce themselves from Councillor Dryden onwards round.
Councillor Robert Dryden, member for Cherry Hinton Ward.
Dave Bagent, member for Romsey.
Katie Thornborough, member for Petersfield.
Jenny Gawthorpe Wood, King's Hedges.
Alex Collis, member for King's Hedges Ward.
Katie Porrer, member for Market Ward.
David Levine, member for Trumpington.
Naomi Bennett for Abbey Ward.
Thank you, councillors. And officers permanently at the table for this meeting are the Development and Planning Compliance Manager, Toby Williams, Legal Advisor, Keith Barber, Committee Manager, James Goddard, and Producer, Chris Connor. Other officers and public speakers will join us throughout the course of the meeting, and I will introduce them at the start of relevant agenda items. Housekeeping. Copies of the agenda can be found on the City Council's website under Committee Meetings, Minutes and Agenda, and in paper form in this room in the corner on my right-hand side. Please try and refer to specific page numbers within the agenda if you're referring to a specific paragraph or plan, and refer to the item number for those of us that are using computers. Can I remind all of those present of the importance of using the microphones at all times when speaking? Please speak close to and clearly into the microphone. Please ensure that you have switched off or silenced any other devices you have so they do not interrupt proceedings. When you are invited to address the meeting, please make sure your microphone is switched on. When you finish addressing the meeting, please turn off the microphone immediately. Speak slowly and clearly, and please do not talk over or interrupt anyone. If anyone has any problems hearing me throughout the meeting, please alert me by waving their hands or advising a council officer. We aim to take a 30-minute lunch break between noon and 2 p.m. Please can those present in the council chamber note that everything on your desk, including your laptop screen, is likely to be broadcast at some point. The camera follows the microphone being switched on, so councillors and officers are requested to wait a couple of seconds before speaking to allow the camera to catch up. Please raise your hand if you wish to speak. Please can those participating in the meeting via the live stream indicate that you wish to speak via the chat column or raised hand option. Please do not use the chat column for any other purpose. The meeting chat is neither confidential nor private and can be subject to an FOI DPA request. That's Freedom of Information and Data Protection Act requests. Make sure that your device is fully charged and that you switch your microphone off unless you are invited to speak. Please use a headset if available when speaking and hold the microphone close to your mouth. Could public speakers turn their cameras off until we come to the application we have registered you to speak about? Excuse me. If a report officer drops out from the committee due to a poor broadband signal, the senior officer present will take over their presentation or report and respond to questions. The case officer will give a brief introduction to his or her report. Registered public speakers will be invited to have their say. There will be 3 minutes for those speaking in support and 3 minutes for those speaking against, unless I have advised otherwise. The committee manager will ring a bell when you have 30 seconds remaining. Once public speakers have addressed the committee, their speaking time is over. Public speakers are unable to join in with the council debate. The committee will then discuss and debate the item and may ask questions of the case officer. At the end of the deliberation, I will ask members to vote on the officer's recommendation by a show of hands. The council has a convention for major planning applications known as the Adjourned Decision Protocol, where there is a majority resolution that is minded to make a decision contrary to the officer recommendation. The decision to determine the application will then be adjourned, and the officers will prepare a further report which will come back to a future meeting of this committee. Only those present in the chamber can vote or propose or second recommendations. For the comfort of councillors, officers and the public, I may choose to call short breaks during the proceedings. If councillors or officers require a break at any point, please indicate to me and I will halt proceedings at the next convenient opportunity. Apologies for absence. I believe, unfortunately, that Councillor Page Croft couldn't come today, so thankfully Councillor Levine has taken her place. So thank you very much for that, Councillor, at short notice. I think we're okay otherwise. Yep. Moving on to agenda item 3, any declarations of interest, councillors? Councillor Pora.
Thank you, Chair. Just to note for item 6 on Fitzroy Street, I won't participate as I've acted as ward councillor on this one, so I will remove myself and watch the debate from the side. And for item 12, which is Mill Road, just to note that I do work for ARU, who are mentioned in the papers, though my understanding is the owner of the site is not ARU, it's just they're one of the student universities covered. So just to be clear that I'm unfettered in my discretion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. My declaration is regarding item 1. I live on Newmarket Road, which is the location of the application, but I live half a mile away, and I consider that my discretion is still unfettered, and I intend to participate if my fellow members do not object.
Thank you, Councillor. So firstly, it's your prerogative to decide if you want to participate anyway, and seems like a good idea. And secondly, I think when you said item 1, you probably mean item 5. That's the first planning item of the day, just to be clear. Thank you. Councillor Bajent.
Chair, member of Cambridge Cycling Campaign.
Thank you, Councillor. I think that's all the declarations of interest. Righty-ho. So agenda item 4, minutes there to follow. We haven't got the minutes for previous meeting for today, so they'll follow for a future meeting of this committee. So moving on to the first planning item of the day, item 5. So that's Newmarket and Gollaston Road. And Alice Young, you're here today in person. So when you're ready, Alice, if you want to present the item, please. Oh, and I'll just say, in terms of speakers, we've got Peter here today, the agents, and that's it. Right. So when you're ready, Alice, thanks.
Bear with me a moment whilst I get this sorted.
Yeah, that's fine, Alice, but when you get round to it, it might be good to point that microphone a bit sort of at yourself rather than at the person next to you. Yeah, just to get the best effect. Thanks, Alice.
Thank you, and sorry, I've got a bit of a croaky throat today, so you're going to have to bear with me. Thank you for bearing with me. So just a brief update on the application. I'd like to draw members' attention to the amendment sheet, which details that the Lee Local Flood Authority now have no objection to the application upon submission of the revised flood risk assessment. Officers have also received a no objection letter from Anglian Water after discussions with the applicant, but officers have not received the information provided to Anglian Water yet. Officers therefore request delegated powers to investigate this further and note that full drainage details are secured by the recommended conditions. So the site is situated on the southern corner of Newmarket Road and Godestone Road, and includes 185 to 180 Newmarket Road, a retail unit with flats above, and 1 Godestone Road, currently a dwelling. The site is located within the Riverside and Stowbridge Common Conservation Area and the Control Parking Zone. The properties to the north of the site on Beach Road are identified in the conservation area appraisal as buildings important to the character. Proposal seeks permission to convert the existing property and extend the existing property to create a larger ground floor retail unit and 12 one-bed residential units, a net increase of 9. And this includes the demolition of the existing block to the rear of 1 Godestone Road. The scheme may look familiar to some members, as the previous application came to committee and was refused at committee for 2 reasons, one of which was the poor and cramped living environment for future occupiers, internally and externally, and the second was the resultant less than substantial harm to the Riverside and Stowbridge Common Conservation Area by virtue of its design. The application subsequently went to appeal, where the inspector concluded that there was a good standard of amenity for future occupiers, and that the conservation area impact was basically the proposal resulted in less than substantial harm, and this was due to the accumulative impact of the gables creating a jarring feature compared to the simple communal roofs in the area, and the first floor windows being unsympathetic, which exacerbated the overall incongruous nature of the development. This then caused less than substantial harm to the character and appearance of the conservation area. So, in response to the inspector's appeal decision, the applicant has amended the scheme to address the concerns the inspector had. So, the number of gables has reduced from 4 to 2, one fronting Godestone Road and the other fronting Newmarket Road, leading to a simplified and more communal roof form. The pitched roof gables create bookends to both Newmarket Road and Godestone Road elevations, marking the transition from the proposed development to the modestly scaled Victorian terraces, fronting both Newmarket and Godestone Road and the corner, basically creating a gateway to the larger scale development to the south of Newmarket Road. Alongside this, the first floor windows have been reduced in size and now have a similar proportions to the surrounding Victorian terraces. Regular downpipes have also been proposed on the elevations to create a rhythm akin to the Victorian terraces surrounding the site. So both planning officers and conservation officers consider that the harm previously identified by the inspector has been overcome by the proposed development, and the proposal would now preserve and enhance the character and appearance of the conservation area. So these are the remaining elevations, which I'll quickly flick through, but members should be familiar with them. So there are also a number of improvements to the scheme that the applicant has done since the previous applications. These include enhanced cycle provision and bin provision on the site. You'll see on the screen at the moment there's an increase in cycle parking, and some cycle parking provided for the retail unit at ground floor, and the bin arrangements for both the residential and the retail unit have been separated and designed around the size of the bins that need to be provided. The, um, the proposed first floor plans are wholly the same, and then the second floor plan, the only change in that is there's a marginally small window, but officers consider that still the proposal still provides a good level of outlook and natural light to this bedroom. So overall, officers consider that the proposal would result in high quality development which responds to scale, massing, proportions, materiality and the overall character of the area and enhances the character and appearance of the conservation area. At the same time, the proposal redevelops a site which is not a positive contributor to the street scene to deliver a more coherent, well laid out, flexible retail unit at ground floor and 9 additional units with a good standard of amenity, leading to a sustainable use of land in a highly sustainable location. Therefore, officers recommend the application for approval subject to conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Alice. Okay, Peter, do you want to say your 3 minutes now then? It- That's fine, Peter. Normally I'd ask you to say that again in front of the microphone so everyone can hear it, but I'll just say it myself. So you've decided not to speak today because you feel the officer has covered everything perfectly well. There's no need to speak. So is that a paraphrase reasonable? Yeah, okay. Good, okay. Right, thanks very much. So members. Councillor Thornborough.
I remember when this application came the first time, and I'm pleased to read to see that the appeal was dismissed on the grounds of the effect on the conservation area. When we discussed it last time, there was a lot of discussion about whether this was a conversion and an extension, and there was very little information about how much of the existing was going to be retained. And one reason we had this concern was the policies are quite different for a new build compared to conversion and extension. For a new build, we expect space standards to be met and many other things to be met. It's good that the plan seems to there is a plan which shows the extent of what's retained and what's new. It's disappointing that we don't have a similar drawing on the elevations to show what is being retained and what is not being retained, because the corner building is a single-storey building and with a corner pillar. And this was part of the discussion last time, was that corner building, because the pillar is being removed and they're building a story above this single-storey building. So we still don't have the information in clear drawn form about how much is being removed and how much is being included. And the corner pillar is being removed still. And I'm really disappointed that that point has not been picked up in this resubmission. I think that it's, I quite like the architecture, but I feel that corner, I do not feel it's appropriate to have this great big glass corner there where we have if it's a conversion, we should keep that corner, the brick pillar in the corner, which then would support the story above. So I have generally I do like it, but I have a real concern about that still, and it was very clear in the previous discussions that was a concern. So I'm disappointed that hasn't been dealt with. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Cora.
I think Councillor Gawthorpe Wood was before me.
Well, if I remember at the last, when this came to planning committee before, and I understand that the planning inspector has considered as a conversion that the private amenity that our normal rules for a new planning application, you know, or what we have in the local plan don't have to be adhered to. But I am still really concerned about the lack of private amenity. You know, we've got, you know, what's it, 13, 14 new flats, 13. And I would like to see balconies somehow. It's also not clear what the access is like. It's not whether it's M42 compliant, I doubt very much, which they can of course do because it's conversion. The other thing is, or avoid, the other thing is some of the stairs, it didn't look as though there was actually space for the stairs to be put in. And none of that has been addressed in this new application. And then also, I'm not very happy about in the retail, for the retail, where the bin store is also the cycle store. And someone's trying to get, I wonder if someone, you're probably going to pick this up, Katie, sorry, Councillor Pura. You know, I wouldn't be very happy about going into a bin store to put my cycle. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Pora.
I suppose I'm going to echo the disappointment. It is disappointing that the inspector found the amenity space was acceptable because there are no balconies, and this was made clear at the last one. And the reason there are no balconies is because we've put 12 actually flats in there. You know, if there were fewer units, we could have had winter gardens, for example. You know, there would have been space for that. However, I do understand that the inspector has pretty much drawn a line under that. But for me, this is depressing. It's 37 metres, and that's the minimum for a one-person flat. And as we already know, we can't stop that being 2. We've already looked at that. So any of these with a double bed will have 2 people in. They've got it's not in a particularly green area. I mean, I know it's near Commons, but it's off a big, busy road. You know, there's a small courtyard with, I think, some landscaping, and I'm grateful for the officer that they have managed to get some improved soft and hard landscaping. It's just, this is not the kind of standard of living. I was really proud in lockdown. You looked and saw all the balconies on our properties, and you think every resident has somewhere to sit outside. And this isn't going to provide that. But I also understand, before Toby panics, that because the inspector has basically ruled that that is an acceptable level, it's very difficult. And I also agree with Councillor Thornborough that, yes, it is a conversion. So, you know, 9 because it's 3 already, so we don't need affordable, and it's a conversion, so you can get away with that amenity space. But it's really just retaining the walls. You know, I think my reading of the local plan for conversions is where it's a very constrained site or a listed building where you can't change, whereas this was in effect a space that could have been converted in any way. So it's really disappointing. I struggle to see material grounds to go against it given the inspector's decision, but I do want to note that because it is just the residents moving in here are going to have very small spaces and no amenity outside. And I definitely agree with Councillor Gawthorpe Wood about the bins and the cycles being together.
Thanks, Councillor. I'm going to go back to the case officer now because there's quite a few technical. Yeah, I'm aware, but I'll come back to councillors for more questions. Don't want too many to stack up. Technical questions there. Perhaps, Alice, you can answer those first, please.
Of course. I've just got a plan to show you the amount of retention. So just bear with me whilst I get it up. So I'm aware that members will probably have already seen this. But this plan is exactly the same as the plan that was submitted to the inspector. And the inspector concluded, as we've noted previously, that it is a conversion and extension, not a new build. There is also a section which, if you can see this dotted line, let me just get the pointer up here. There is a section which shows the amount of retained walls. So the retained walls is in black. I do appreciate the concerns that councillors have raised. However, obviously this is a judgment that the inspector has made, and it's the same with the amenity standards, and I appreciate that members may not agree, but this is on the same information that the inspector has made this decision. So, you know, that is given material weight within the assessment of the planning application. In terms of the cycle store and bins for the commercial unit being within the same kind of area, condition 28 also requires additional cycle parking, 2 Sheffield stands within the southwest corner of the courtyard. This is predominantly for visitors for the flats, but I don't see any reason why we couldn't alter that condition if members wanted additional cycle parking for the commercial unit. And hopefully, if that's what members want, we can delegate that to us to draft the condition.
Thanks, Alice. There was also that corner pier Councillor Thornborough raised, and the lack of a drawing to show that. I don't know if you had any more drawings that you might not have used in your presentation at all. Maybe not.
So the drawings that we have is that section and the layout plan section, which I've just showed you. I don't have a plan showing that pillar on the corner, I don't believe.
Thanks. Okay. So Toby wants to say something at the moment before we go on to more questions.
Yeah, thanks. Just on that corner here, I mean, my understanding is that wasn't one of the specific reasons that the inspector raised in terms of the impact on the conservation area. It was to do with the gables and the first floor window sizes in particular. Members may not like what the inspector has concluded, but I'm afraid it's a very strong material reason, and it's very evident from the plans in the resubmission that the applicants have addressed directly the reasons for the dismissal of the previous proposal. So it's a strong recommendation to approve in this case, Chair.
Thank you, Toby. Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Alice, for a very clear presentation. I do share the concerns of my fellow councillors about the size of units in amenity space. The only thing that I can say is that there is a small play area on River Lane, and there is also sort of Stourbridge Meadows very close by. My other concern is in relation to the cycle and the bin storage, and the reason this is a concern for me is we have a very narrow pavement at that point in Newmarket Road and on Goddesden Road, and my colleague Councillor Copley seems to be fighting a perpetual bin war to try and keep residents and commercial bins from blocking that pavement. So we're now adding another potential blockage. The other issue we have is that that's quite a popular shop on the ground floor. Shoppers do go there by cycle. If there is not an obvious cycle storage point, they will be leaning their cycles against the shop windows at the front, which would not necessarily be a problem anywhere else, but the pavement here is really quite narrow. So I'd be really grateful if the case officer could maybe go over the bin and cycle arrangements on the plan for me, so that I can see sort of how big a problem that is going to be in this case. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Gawthwaite-Wood.
We discussed this when it came up for planning before, but deliveries, if these are meant to be single person flats, I can imagine that there would be a lot of food deliveries and things like that. So presumably the food delivery cyclists or vans, well, the vans won't be coming onto the site, but would the cycles, electric cycles, come onto the site, or are they going to cause a sort of further blockage in Goddesden Road? Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Thornborough.
Just following on from what Toby was saying, could the case officer or the development manager just advise us about the issues we're raising? There's sometimes new issues or a different interpretation of what we raised before, and whether if we're asking for something, could they be informatives, or really it would be because of the appeal decision, we're very limited about what we can do at this stage. But could we make the applicant's representative is here listening to us? Could you just advise us on that? Thank you.
Toby, yep.
Thanks. So I think, members, you are kind of hamstrung in this situation. It's not reasonable to kind of introduce new issues with this proposal. The council had its opportunity on a very, very similar scheme to go through the issues and recommend its refusal reasons. The inspector's decision has set a clear path for the applicants to address the substantive issues and the harm the inspector addressed. So I don't think that there's any reasonable wriggle room now for members to introduce new items. I think if there's issues or concerns around kind of bicycle storage, particularly around the kind of retail use, then by all means we can add an informative onto the permission, but I think that's probably as far as we can go.
There you go. Councillor Thornborough, you want to come back?
Yeah, I would like to come back on I would suggest, I'm still concerned about this glass-to-glass corner, because there is a lamppost right up next to the corner of the building in that position, which is retained on the planning drawings. I think from the inside at the moment, you won't see the lamppost because there's this brick corner. I think when they actually get on to detailing it and maybe looking at it in more detail, they may reconsider having a glass corner with that lamppost there. And I would suggest that they do think about that brick pier. And if they wanted to come back with a revision to add a brick pier, I think that would be a good alteration to consider in the future. I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's reasonable, notwithstanding what Toby has said. I do think that if we wanted to put an informative in saying something along the lines, but I think it'd be good to think about this, what's not to like? I mean, that's probably a useful thing to say, and, it's, in a sense, the applicant is gaining the benefit of all of our experience, not least yours, Councillor Thornborough, as an architect, in terms of how the building develops. So it's not built yet, and there's still a chance to change something. Councillor Thorthropwood.
So in the same vein, in terms, this would have to be an informative, I think, as it's a conversion. Could there be an informative about considering putting solar panels on the roof for each of the flats?
I'll defer to the officer on that, Councillor. I'll defer to the your microphone is still on, Councillor Gotherwood. Defer to the officer on that. We normally have an informative that covers all of that, but we'll see. So back to you, Alice.
Thank you, Chair. There's been quite a few different comments, but I note that Councillor Bennett wanted me to go through the plans with regards to bin stores and the potential impact upon bins being on the street. So I'll just get up the plans. Bear with me a second. So I don't have the existing plans on the PowerPoint, but the existing plans and the existing situation is that there are two retail commercial units where this extended retail unit is here. At the moment, there isn't good bin storage for those units. They are housed within the, pardon me, housed within the courtyard to the rear. And so in terms of bin provision and the consolidation of this retail unit, making just one, there will be better provision than the existing situation because there is a designated part of the building where the retail bin storage will be. So I think it will lead to an improvement in that situation that you were discussing earlier. And then Councillor Goulthrop Wood was mentioned about food deliveries to the residential flats. Obviously, as Toby's outlined, the principle of this amount of units on the site has already been accepted by the inspector and committee. And whilst that might be an outcome of the use of the dwellings, it's not a consideration that we can give a lot of weight. I think I've covered everything, but if I haven't, please let me know.
Anything not covered, councillors? I'll go Jenny Goulthrop Wood first. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. But it was about the PV panels and actually really about what energy measures are going to be used and energy efficiency. Same goes for materials as well, of course.
The panels. Alice?
Thank you. Sorry for missing that. So the carbon reduction requirements required by Policy 28 do not apply to the proposal as it's a redevelopment of existing buildings, not new purpose-built buildings. With regards to putting a informative on with regards to solar panels, I'm happy for that if members want to put that on the consent. Obviously, we're looking, through all applications to increase the sustainability of buildings across the city. But as I said, the policy requirement isn't triggered in this instance for Policy 28.
Presuming that Councillor Goulthrop would want an informative, at least, if not in other respects in terms of sustainability. I'll let you speak for yourself, Councillor Goulthrop Wood.
Yes, I would, really, to ensure that we get as many sustainable measures and energy efficient measures in place, or that the developer considers them and does them if they can. And that also includes having individual meters to the flats rather than the central meter. Because that's been a problem with some developments. I don't know whether that can be included. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Going to draw this to a conclusion soon, I think. So, Councillor Levine, you haven't spoken yet.
Thank you, Chair. That's a very good point. I was just going to mention bikes again, because several members have mentioned bikes already. And I think I heard the beginnings of an offer to put more bike stands in, which I think would be a really good idea. There's also a shortage of bike stands everywhere I go in Cambridge. And could the residents have secure lockable bike boxes? Because bike theft is a major problem in Cambridge. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Thornborough.
Oh, I would like to suggest that the applicants consider flat 5, where this is the house that's been converted. The flat 5 has an internal bedroom, or might have a roof light, but I think there's an internal bedroom with no natural light or ventilation. And maybe the case, I think we might have raised this last time, there may be a little high-level roof light. If they could have a look at that, or consider having a studio flat rather than a separate bedroom without any natural light or ventilation. Thanks.
So, Toby is going to speak first before you, Alice.
Yeah, Alice may not remember that particular issue, but there is a high-level light serving that that bedroom, we could certainly put an informative on to suggest whether or not that bedroom becomes a kind of studio arrangement with the fold back screen, etc.
Thanks, Toby. Chance to speak, yeah? I'll say a couple of things. So I was going to say that it's well done in the sense that we've improved the scheme with the officers, applicant and the inspector for that matter. But I agree with what was said earlier on in the meeting by councillors that things haven't really improved very much. There's still, I agree with the lack of a corner pillar. I think that would be a good addition. I think the amenity is limited without balconies or space for future residents. And so it might be better, but, you know, it would be a tricky situation if we refused it, because quite likely we would be, as has been said, we'd be fighting against it to try and win on appeal, I think, really, because of the previous inspector recommendation. Just to say that what was said earlier, I should have said this before, that so when the officer says less than substantial harm, just for residents listening now, that means that it's okay. It's a sort of technical speak for it's acceptable. And the final thing I'd say, in the same vein that Councillor Thornborough picked up on the brick pier lack of, I find the bricked up window in the facade quite jarring. Window tax stopped in the middle of the 18th century. It seems rather an odd thing to want to detail in an elevation in the 21st century, when there's many other brick details that one could use. So I find that a bit silly, really. But aside from that, I think it's an acceptable scheme. So back to you, Alice, for answers to other people's questions.
Thank you, Chair. So in terms of the ground floor unit flat 5, let me just show you the plan. Bear with me a second. So yes, there is a window fronting the courtyard. Let me show you the section. This one here.
Speak through the microphone, please, Councillor.
Sorry, I was referring to the first floor flat, not the ground floor flat.
Let me show you the plans for that one.
It's the west elevation.
This one here.
Alice. No, it's the west elevation. That's the one.
Oh, I see. Yes, don't worry about that one. Obviously, that's the same from the previous scheme. Sorry, there was a miscommunication there of which window we were talking about. In terms of cycle parking, yes, condition 22 does require further cycle parking to be provided. That's 2 Sheffield stands, so a total of 4 cycle parking spaces, which together with the existing provision far exceeds the requirements in policy 82. And I think that was everything.
Thanks, Alice. Is that everything, councillors? Yep. Okay, so hopefully we've got all those, well, there was a couple of informatives, I think, noted. I know you spoke, Alice, about improving the cycle parking, as I think you said an informative as well, as members did. Can you just repeat, Alice, what you understand to be the additional informatives that we've spoken about, just so we get it right before Toby goes through the recommendation, please?
So from my understanding, the additional informatives included informatives on solar PV panels and cycle parking and the brick pier on the corner. Was 3.
There's one more around flat 5 and its layout, its internal layout.
So I did that just so we get this clear before we get to the recommendation when we have to vote afterwards. So it's good to have it all sorted. Councillor Dorset-Wood.
Could we have an informative on having separate meters for each flat?
Yes, mentioned, wasn't it, Alice? I don't know what you thought about that. That might be the case anyway, possibly, I'm not sure.
All utilities, please.
Yeah. Alice, is that in there? Yeah, okay, right.
I don't know if it's in there. Bear with me a second.
Condition 32 covers the water meters, because I noticed that was a good one. I thought, excellent.
Would have thought that the separate flats would have separate metering. Just making that assumption, I haven't seen it anywhere. Put the informative in anyway, I guess that'll be as good. Yes, Councillor Collis.
So if it's there in condition 32, can that not just be altered to cover all utilities? Is that possible?
If it's fair and reasonable, I'll leave that to the case officer.
Which condition are you referring to? Because I
32 on page 40.
While you're looking, Alice, Toby's going to speak.
Chair, through you, I don't see that that's an unreasonable request to include those additional utilities and broaden the scope of condition 32. Thanks.
Thanks for that, Councillor Collis. So I just had one further question. I think we're nearly there. So with the solar panel informative that Councillor Dorset-Wood has raised, I mean, we have a whole condition which we do use on new applications to do with sustainability, etc., etc. Is it possible to use that whole condition as an informative? Would that be better than just asking for solar panels? And is that possible? I'm looking at you, Councillor Dorset-Wood, as you raised it, and also to the officer for some guidance on that. Because it's to do with all sorts of things like air source heat pumps and all those sorts of things that can make the building a much better building, and we're building it now for the future, aren't we? So, Alice.
I'd be wary to use the wording of that standard condition for all of the sustainability credentials outlined in Policy 28, just because Policy 28 is not triggered by this application because it's an extension and conversion of existing buildings. So, but there is no reason why we can't put an informative which discusses other ways as well as PV panels, such as air source heat pumps, ground source heat pumps, etc., and kind of combine that into one informative.
You okay with that, Councillor Dorset-Wood? You're nodding, it looks like. Thank you very much, yeah. I mean, this site could even have a ground source heat pump, couldn't it, for the dwellings, potentially. It's got the space there, but we'll see what the applicant wants to do. But the more, the better, really. Okay, I think we're done then. So, very good debate. So, Toby, can we have the recommendation, please?
Thanks, Chair. So the recommendation is set out on page 30 of the Officer's report. That is to approve the scheme subject to the planning conditions as set out with minor amendments to the conditions as drafted delegated to officers. Officers are also seeking delegated authority to resolve the Anglian Water representation. And then the additional condition, the revised condition 32 to relate to all utilities, the drafting of that condition delegated to officers, and then the addition of 4 informatives. The first one relating to the brick pier and the structural design of the glass corner, the second relating to retail cycle parking, the third relating to solar panels and all energy efficient renewable measures for consideration at the scheme. And then the fourth informative in relation to the internal layout of flat 5 and an encouragement to make that a studio flat. Thank you, Chair.
Right, thanks. Toby. So the recommendation is one of approval. All those in favour of that recommendation?
Unanimous, Chair.
Thank you very much. The item is approved. Thanks for that. That's the one and only major item of the day. Then we start on the minor items next. Let's just have a few minutes break before we start on those. So if we come back in 5 minutes' time, just before 11:30, please. welcome back after a short break. So first of the minor items of the day is Fitzroy Street. Just remind everyone to speak up and speak close to and clearly into the microphones, please. So case officer is Charlotte. Hello, Charlotte. Good morning. And then we've got speakers today. David Objector, David Bennett, David Seddon, is it, or Jenny Page to speak? And Councillor Beck. Good morning, Councillor. So when you're ready then, Charlotte, if you want to present the item, please.
So just wanted to confirm everyone can see my presentation and can hear me clearly.
Yes, thank you.
So the application is at 2 to 14 Fitzroy Street. This seeking planning permission for the refurbishment and extension, including terrace and replacement plant and flue at rooftop level, external alterations and reordering of service yard, parking provision, replacement plants and new bin and plant enclosure. Just an update that wasn't in the amendment sheet as it came forward this morning is that the agent has been in touch requesting a minor rewording of condition 21. This is to make it clear that the details we are requesting are just for the backup power unit rather than the power system working for the whole building. So the proposed wording for condition 21 is for the backup power unit with battery storage hereby approved shall not be installed until the technical details of the backup power system has been submitted to and agreed in writing with the local planning authority. So it's just the addition of these words here, which are underlined. Officers are happy to recommend this change as the details required are for the backup power system, and it is just a matter of clarification. In terms of the location and context, this is the site here outlined in red. It relates to a two-storey building comprising 5 retail units located to the south of Fitzroy Street. The current retail units include a small supermarket, which is Waitrose, a bakery, which is Greggs, a newsagent's, and a phone repair shop. The 5th unit is currently vacant. It was previously Argos. There is an existing service yard and parking area to the rear, accessed from Eden Street backway. The building is surrounded by residential properties to the east, south, and west. Just to explain the constraints, so the site here is, again, it's outlined in red. It lies within the primary shopping area, which is the shaded light blue, and within the city centre. It's also within the Fitzroy, Burley Street, Grafton area of major change, which is outlined with this purple line. It lies within the kite conservation area, which is outlined in the orange line. It's everything to this side. It's also within the setting of a number of listed buildings, including number 17 Fitzroy Street, which is Wilko's, and numbers 1 to 48 New Square, and numbers 1 to 42 Eden Street. It's also within a controlled parking zone and an air quality management area. Just to summarise the proposal, so they're proposing at ground floor there'll be alterations to the windows and doors along Fitzroy Street. The service yard will be altered to include the installation of a new cycle store, the addition of a bin store, the creation of 2 disabled parking with EV charging, and then new saw-tooth windows would be installed over the ground and first floor facing Eden Street backway. A partial second floor extension would be erected here with a new plant area to the rear. A new roof terrace would be created to the west of the new extension, and a chimney would be installed centrally within the roof. The alterations would allow the building to be used as an urban lab, with some retail being retained at ground floor. These just showing the proposed elevations. So this is the elevation that would be facing Fitzroy Street. This is the side elevation that will be facing Eden Street Backway. This is the rear elevation that will be facing the service yard. And then this is the view from the west from kind of New Square area. Just bear in mind the angle here, so it is showing part of the front elevation. So these are a few CGI views submitted by the applicant. So this is the proposed view facing the building from the New Square area. This is along Fitzroy Street by the junction with Eden Street Backway. Just a close-up of the proposed extension on the second floor with the terrace. And then these last two views are just showing the views down Eden Street Backway. So just wanted to clarify in terms of the change of use. As of the 1st of September 2020, the government changed the planning use classes, and this was after the adoption of the local plan in 2018. Both the existing retail and the proposed lab space now fall under Class E, and so planning permission is not required to use the building for lab space as it does not constitute a change of use. The applicant is therefore not seeking planning permission for the intended use, and this has not been included in the description of the development. As such, members are reminded that this element of the proposal is not a material planning consideration for the application in front of them today. In terms of the material consideration, first look at the visual impact and impact on the heritage assets. So the existing building has been described within the Grafton Area Master Plan as a positive contribution to the street scene. However, the Kite Conservation Area appraisal states that it does detract from the conservation area. The Conservation Officer has been consulted and raised no objections subject to conditions. These photos here show the existing and proposed use from long views further up from New Square. You see the proposed down here with the chimney and the extension. It is considered that the proposal would have an acceptable level of impact on the visual amenity of the existing building and the surrounding areas. It would not adversely affect the character and setting of the listed buildings, and it would preserve and enhance the character or appearance of the Kite Conservation Area. In terms of highways, safety and parking, the local highways authority has reviewed the proposal and following amendments to the doorways have raised no objection. The proposed cycle store would provide 52 cycle spaces, and they're proposing an additional 8 racks for public use, which would be provided at the junction of Fitzroy Street and Eden Street Backway. Officers note there is a shortfall of 26 spaces. However, the cycle parking provision would be greatly increased on the existing situation, and the extension would only require an uplift of 11 spaces, which has been provided. In addition, due to the site's location within the walking distance of public transport routes and its proximity to public cycle racks, it's considered on balance the provision is acceptable in this case. With the exception of the 2 disabled parking spaces, the development would be car-free, and due to the application site being within the city centre, this is considered acceptable. The plans demonstrate that the disabled parking spaces would have EV charging. In terms of neighbour amenity, daylight sunlight impacts report has been submitted, which demonstrates there's no change in sun hours to the neighbouring gardens of the properties along New Square and Eden Street. This is the existing, and this is the proposed. Due to the setback of the roof from the south and the orientation, it's considered the extension would not result in any loss of sunlight to properties along Eden Street Backway down here. The sightline section demonstrates that the proposed extension would not worsen the situation the existing building has on the properties along New Square in terms of dominance and outlook. Whilst it would be noticeable from the rear of the properties along Eden Street, as the extension comes up to here, it's considered that due to the separation distance, it would not result in a sense of dominance. The garden terrace at second floor would be in close proximity to the properties along New Square. It's here with the New Square here. But the plans demonstrate there would be a privacy screen along the western and southern edges to prevent any overlooking to residential properties from this terrace, as suggested here in this CGI. The sawtooth windows would not allow for direct views over the gardens of Eden Street. And also following the removal of the proposed diesel generator, the Environmental Health Officer has no objections in regards to air quality, noise, lighting and odour. And just with the other issues, there's no concerns with the following elements subject to conditions, which is sustainability, biodiversity and flooding. And in conclusion, officers recommend approval subject to conditions as outlined in the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Charlotte. So David Bennett, you're the first one to speak. Do you want to come up to the microphone there? And if you press the right-hand button on the microphone, it should light up, and then you get 3 minutes to speak, and 30 seconds before the end, a bell will ring to let you know you come into the end of your time. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, can hear fine, thanks.
Thanks. So first of all, thanks to Mr. Goddard, who facilitated me speaking to Mr. Home, who lives at Eden Street Backway, who also has concerns, and but he can't be here, so I'm speaking for myself and for him. He has a general objection to the development and the nature of the architecture that doesn't enhance or do anything for the area, and he has a concern over hazardous materials. So my concerns are a bit more specific, but one of the slides, which was neighbour amenity, which is an area proposed at high level for employees, and I'm going to ask that the council impose a condition that rather than the slatted screen with some kind of shrubbery, that to stop noise, it should be above head height and solid with a sound deadening inner surface. As an example of another property that from which noise can be heard, there happened to be recladding the church at the corner of Fitzroy Street, and we can hear that quite clearly because the noise comes straight across, and that's several times further away than this proposed amenity area for employees. My other concern is about the chimney. When I look out of, I live at 31 New Square, I should have said. When I look out of my living room window, I have to look up at an angle of 45 plus degrees in order to see the sky. And it's proposed to put another floor level on top of that, partially set back, but it's still there. And then there's 3.8, 12.5 feet tall chimney. So at the moment, I don't particularly like the existing blank walls of Sainsbury's, the development anyway. But that's it. It's benign. It's just a blank wall. And so it doesn't raise any concerns beyond the fact that I don't particularly like to look at it. So I blank it out, and the fact that I have to raise my eye line to see above it if I want to see the sky. But that's going to be replaced by a building that has a tall chimney, which is designed to take away fumes from laboratories. And that does concern me. I think that in the middle of a residential area, the potential for error, for mistake, for the electric backup generator not to work, for in normal use for something. We live in a world where we're surrounded by new evidence of things that were hidden and are no longer hidden. Part of the problem that we have from traffic in Cambridge is over the noxious particulates that are damaging health. We don't know what that chimney, which will be very evident because it sticks above the existing building as will be, or the building as will be. I don't know what the lab will do.
That's your 3 minutes, David. If you might just wrap up. You finished?
Thank
You've made your points, I think. Good, thank you. Yeah. So next to speak is it David Sudden or is it Jenny? David, if you want to come over to the speaking bit there then, and like I say, you press the right-hand button on it and it lights up and you get 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. The existing use of the building, as you all know, is Class E and can be occupied at any time by a wide range of occupiers, including retail, offices and workspace. It's well established that the demand for retail space is falling, and in Cambridge in particular, there's a shortage of high-quality office and workshop space, such as labs. However, there's no escaping the fact that there have been concerns locally. These concerns haven't necessarily been aired from a planning perspective. Many focus on the potential loss of shops, and whilst not a direct planning matter, it's certainly one of local importance and is something that we've had regard to as long-term investors in Cambridge. As with any scheme, we want to ensure flexibility to accommodate a range of future occupiers. Our planning application showed how the building could look if it was used for labs or offices. That said, we've engaged with Waitrose from the outset about their longer-term occupational requirements. Given the number of concerns about the loss of amenity, we've gone a step further with the Waitrose discussions. We've considered how to maximise the flexibility in the layout, such that a convenience store could be accommodated in the ground floor. Waitrose have provided very helpful advice so that we can ensure it will be suitable for convenience store occupiers such as them. Residents have also raised concerns about noise and air quality. We've worked closely with the officers to ensure the proposed scheme is designed to their satisfaction, as set out in their report. And from the report, the proposals are deemed to be acceptable, and details will be handled through conditions. The impact on daylight and sunlight from the new roof extension has also been considered, and a lighting report provided. Your officers are satisfied that residents' amenity would not be harmed. It's important to highlight that our approach is to retain and refurbish the existing building and make best use of the site. Retrofitting makes a significant carbon saving compared to the new build, and the extensive refurbishment works include improving the building envelope as well as the heating and cooling systems to improve energy efficiency and reduce water consumption. We would also be reducing the number of parking spaces, limiting it to 2 disabled car spaces only, with enhanced cycle parking provision. A brown roof would be included to provide a wildlife habitat where none currently exists. We worked hard with the officers, both through the pre-application discussions and during the course of the application, to ensure that we've addressed their concerns and comments. And we feel that we've listened to the concerns of the local residents and sought ways to alleviate them where possible. The scheme will mean a significant refresh of the building, improving the appearance of Fitzroy Street and the approach to the wider Grafton area, as well as contributing to the mix of uses in the area. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Okay, so you can sit down if you want, or stay there, whichever. So Councillor Bick, you're next to speak. You have unlimited time to speak. You're a ward councillor. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair, for allowing me to speak on this application. 10 years ago, if I was asked if it was a good idea to create an urban laboratory in a shopping street, I would have thought it was balmy. At the very least, I would have hoped that such a proposition would have to undergo scrutiny as a planning application for a change of use. As a result of the government's creation of this new Class E of multiple uses, including retail, I think it's bad for the planning system that it doesn't now have to, just when we need that kind of oversight, as the things in the high street are so fluid. When this application came forward, as ward councillors, we were forced to contemplate it without the assurance that the important principle would be examined carefully in terms of the context. But the reason why I think this is now something we must entertain the principle of is that shopping has radically changed as we all buy more online and have it delivered. The result is that fewer physical shops are viable. Cambridge, I think, is less impacted by this than many places, but it is impacted, and the secondary comparative retailing area of the Fitzroy Street and around the Grafton Centre is among the most affected, I think, in the city. The reality, though, is quite complex. We need to maintain the vitality of the streets in order to keep the shops that are still needed and with the footfall that can remain help them remain viable. There are various possible sources of renewed vitality if shops disappear. In some places, it's more cafes and bars or other recreational destinations. In others, there is no reason in principle why in the mix it should not be other workplaces which bring people into the area, for example, like this urban lab. It won't always be appropriate with what surrounds it, however. This other kind of workplace needs to be clean, quiet, and not generate heavy deliveries. There obviously needs to be a demand for this other kind of workplace, and these conditions actually may all be present in this application. The lack of supply for laboratory space is well documented, and the research and development side of the life science industry is not necessarily focused on the throughput of large volumes of materials or unduly noisy processes. And in that respect, I would urge the committee to pay particular attention to the representations such as the one that you've just heard, and the section of the report on amenity, and to examine and make sure that the recommended conditions on the physical changes to the building are adequate because of the great proximity of this block to neighbouring residential properties. Though the committee can apparently do little about it, the loss of some active street level frontage is very regrettable. But one aspect of the application I do welcome is that it does make for good utilisation of upper stories, which is often not the case above retail frontages, and in particular wasn't in these. And that seems to be positive when we have an understandable pressure to develop elsewhere on greenfield sites, which I don't think would be our joint or combined priority. But one thing that would be counterproductive is that such a development as this one arbitrarily evicts perfectly viable shop units which are valued by their community, the very shops that ought to be supported by the vitality of a new workplace coming amongst them. This was originally proposed to happen in this application with the convenience store being evicted, and I would like to thank the applicant for his willingness to listen to the views of local residents and change course on that and actually enlarge the provision for a convenience store, thereby also increasing the vitality of the street level frontage over and above the first submission. It does remain regrettable that the Greggs Bakery still isn't included in the plan. There isn't apparently a unit for that here, but ward councillors are working with the owner of other shop units in the street to secure nearby unit if Greg wants it. Now, an urban lab in a shopping street might work here, but it wouldn't necessarily work everywhere. And here it has been assisted by willingness to engage and listen, which might not otherwise be the case. And that's really the point of being able to make a planning decision about switches of use away from retail. It's not to stop it, but to filter the situations where the conditions are right from where they aren't. In this case, where you don't have that power, this may be an occasion where it would have been approved anyway. I don't know. We may have got there by a different route, though it may not be a reliable route in all cases. We will obviously have to wait and see about that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, so thanks for that. So I live locally. I haven't made up my mind either way on it. I'm very aware of the shops and the shopping street and all of that, as the ward councillors are as well, of which Councillor Bick is one. So I think the most important thing I could say is that I somewhat concur with Councillor Bick. It does seem slightly balmy, even today, not just 10 years ago, that the proposal is to put a lab on Fitzroy Street with a chimney to bring the most important point that was raised by the objector that spoke today, I think, to the table. And also I think the objector's fellow objector who didn't come today, the comment on the architecture and so on is pertinent. Doesn't do anything much for the heritage assets as far as I'm concerned, and building more of it does even less for the heritage assets. So that's my starting point on that, I think. And I do think that the extra floor will impinge upon the little Victorian terrace behind it in a bad way. And I think the view from right down the road makes the Chimbley look very small. In fact, that won't be the case at all when you actually experience it in real life. So just a couple of other things. So area of major change, that's a thing that's been going on for some time. That isn't about building labs, just to be clear. That's about making infrastructural changes to the area to improve it. Things like the one thing that was on the table was potentially putting a cycleway down Fitzroy Street, that kind of thing. The other thing I'd say is that this thing about, we can't challenge the change of use, because although the use is proposed to be changed, it's not a change of use. This is a technical planning nonsense that the government has imposed upon us, which has resulted today in this planning committee in residents in Market Ward being faced with the building of a laboratory with a chimney on their shopping street, which takes away one of their, well, more than one of their useful shops in that area. And in fact, just to underline that, it was noted, and I noted too, it's been noted by one of the 28 representations, or more than one of them perhaps, that the planning information doesn't say what's happening. So many of the people in the area might not know that in fact the shops are due to be taken away potentially, because it doesn't say that. It says something else, and you can read it. It's written about 3 times in the planning report. It's very technical speak, doesn't clearly say what's happening. And although the applicant has said today that they have talked to, and I think they said they plan to keep the supermarket, Waitrose there was no mention of Greggs, as the ward councillor has mentioned too. That's a very popular shop with many residents, both locally and coming into town to do shopping. And also no mention of the newsagents at the end of that terrace, which has been there longer than Greggs or Waitrose, in fact. And I presume that would go. And I'm speaking now, the applicant has had their chance to speak, and they don't get a chance to come back unless I ask them a question any further. But just to say, as far as I understand, even though there's the suggestion that the supermarket, which is possibly the one that most people are interested in locally, could be kept, there's no guarantee of that. That's something that is potentially possible, but who knows? It depends on commercial interests as to whether that actually happens in the future or not. And so it's very concerning, and I'll let other members speak. So, Councillor Collis.
Chair,
Okay. Yep.
just come in.
Yep.
Can I just come in on a point of clarification on the newsagents element? Charlotte, could you just show the ground floor plan? Because I believe the plan shows effectively those retail uses remaining at ground floor.
Yeah, I'm just opening up the PDF so I can zoom in for you.
Thanks, Charlotte. So the
That's
text
me.
is quite small, but I assume that says retail in purple.
Yep. So retail here, which is the phone shop, and this retail here, which I believe is the newsagents, and then this is what's been amended. So the applicant has done that to kind of keep a Waitrose type store there.
Thanks for that clarification, Toby, and apologies for that. I couldn't read the text and assumed it was in the red line. So, Councillor Collis.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, I think in principle, I understand the need to consider, changing use of the area and the comments made about, the changing retail market. And like the ward councillor who spoke, appreciate the work the applicant's done with other shops in the area. My question, though, is about the chimney, particularly given the concerns expressed by residents. I note actually point 6.11 mentions that chimneys are a feature in the area, so it's not necessarily, you know, unprecedented, but from what I gather, this would be a very different kind of chimney on a different scale, and I just would like to understand a bit more about the extent of it, the usage of it, and also if we could have some more information, if we have any, about the sound noise disturbance concerns expressed by the residents and what measures could be taken to prevent that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Thornborough.
I wanted to talk about the change of use element and the that's come in. So we can't question the use of the from commercial to life sciences, but we've had reports from another application that actually the demand for life sciences is actually being met by what's actually being built now or coming through with approved consents. So the argument about demand here is I think questionable. But I think that one of the things about the change of use to a life science is about the change of the environment that covers, because of it could entail a huge amount of increase in water, from my understanding about some of the life science labs. It could increase the amount of additional material going into the waste drainage system that a normal commercial use wouldn't have. And it also, as Councillor Collar says, it could increase the amount of materials going into the emissions from the building. So it's supply of water, it's the toxins in the wastewater possibly, and the air. And I think that I want to ask if there has been a consideration about an environmental impact assessment on the site. I know this is a minor application, so maybe it wasn't considered, but because of the impact on these three elements, I wondered whether you had considered that, and maybe you weren't able to ask the officers, the applicants, to provide that. But I'm very concerned about those, and has the Environment Agency been approached for consideration there, you know, as a on this, you know, to consider the impact on this, for this use on this site? Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Bajent.
In very similar terms, I have a concern about the chimney, which is really quite a posh word for some sort of extraction unit in these circumstances. It's not a romantic chimney with a log fire, which is actually no longer romantic. But I have a concern about that, and I'd like to know from the officer what the plans are for monitoring what the sorts of things that come out of their disposal place on the roof in a area of high residential occupation. I know that you can change the use of a building from a shop to a lab, which may have been well considered by government, but may not be well considered in this place. I wondered, is there any way that it could be objected to on the basis of a cumulative impact, how that might actually affect the area? I mean, this is one. We understand there's more to come. Heading towards an area where maybe the whole Grafton Centre turned into a lab. We understand that labs are going to be built on the old co-op site off of Beehive Centre, yeah, Newmarket Road. I realise that probably we can't object to this on that basis, but I just would like a little bit of education about how those two allowances interact with each other. Yes, we have to allow it, but could it be a cumulative impact on the area? Could we object to it on that basis? Thank you.
I think just to be clear, we can object to anything we want on any basis, but we need to be aware also that on appeal, if we've objected unreasonably, then we will lose. Residents will lose. Councillor Gawthorpe-Wood.
Well, I concur with the points that have been raised already on the chimney, on emissions and on waste, if this is lab use or for life sciences. So my question then is on mitigation. So again, it's a conversion and extension, but I would like, or the proposal is, what I'd like is a lot more detail on proposed energy use, methods of mitigating waste and carbon reduction. So it's, you know, what's included in the plant on the roof, are there PV panels? So I'm saying this again. And yeah, and the overlooking was the other thing that I was concerned about. Also, this is, I did notice that 26 more cycle spaces were needed. There's a reference there, 863. And then I wondered, I may have misunderstood this, but the glazing, I was concerned about heat on the south, west and east sides. But it may be that these, I'll call them pointy windows, sorry, I can't remember the technical term, gets around this, but I'd like a bit more information on that. Thank you.
Sawtooth was the word you were looking for, Councillor. I'm going to go to the officer now, if that's okay, and then we'll come back for more questions. There's quite a lot there. So, Charlotte, do you want to respond to those points so far, please?
Yeah, so in terms of the change of use, effectively it's not a change of use. They can, even without planning permission and regardless of the outcome of this meeting today, they can change that building to be used as labs, as long as they don't do any external changes. So we haven't looked at the impact of having labs in terms of increase in water and waste drainage because they're not applying for that. And the same again that, as the chair mentioned, you're welcome to object, but in terms of the cumulative impact, we can't have any say in it because it's not a change of use, effectively. In terms of the chimney, so I believe they're doing it to extract the fumes. I had just had it up on the report. Coming back to that because I have sustainability up. So the sustainability officer reviewed the proposal and they were happy with it. So it was supported by a sustainability checklist and a BREEAM assessment summary sheet. And the proposal for the kind of sustainability was welcomed by the sustainability officer, and they'd achieved BREEAM very good. And they did ask for a condition regarding a BREEAM certification, which was added. I'll go back and find the chimney. So yeah, the chimney would be to serve the internal flue cupboard. So the environmental health officer has reviewed all the information. So they submitted a air quality impact assessment, as well as a noise control strategy report. And they were content with all that information, subject to conditions. There's quite a lot of conditions requesting kind of mitigation elements. And I believe that was all the questions. Oh, the heating with the windows. I believe they're doing something to the windows to reduce the glare and light coming out. So I assume that would also help with the heat, but I don't know to confirm that. I believe that was everything, but if I've missed anything, please let me know.
Thank you, Charlotte. Has Charlotte missed anything? Councillor Thornborough.
I was just reading the I queried about the water use, and I noticed in the sustainability consultation response, they suggested that there could be a measured target of 3 watt zero credits to do with the BREEAM for water use in relation to the BREEAM very good, and it says that this is equivalent to 40% reduction in water use. Is that included in the one of the condition? Can we ensure that that is conditioned if it's not already conditioned for water usage, please?
So the condition is for the certificate for the design stage certificate, where they have to kind of show they're meeting with the BREEAM very good standards. So that I'm not an expert in sustainability. I can't confirm whether that does include water or not.
Councillor Thornborough?
Just through
hang on a minute. Let Toby speak first.
Thanks, Chair. I just thought I might help Councillor Thornborough because I was just looking at the sustainability checklist, which does mention the watt credits that you just referred to that's a supporting document to the application. So I'd fully expect that to be met. The other point, Councillor, that you mentioned around the Environment Agency and the need for an environmental impact assessment, the scheme falls well below the thresholds that the regulation, where the regulations would require a screening opinion to be undertaken. So there's no remit under this application to ask for an environmental impact assessment, in my view. I think as we move ahead and we see proposals come forward for the Beehive and possibly for the Grafton, they will almost certainly be accompanied by environmental impact assessments. The Beehive certainly, Grafton potentially. And on those schemes, the Environment Agency has been directly consulted on screening opinions and has provided advice in terms of water consumption. The environmental impact assessment for those potential schemes could take into account cumulative impacts from permitted schemes already within the area. I hope that answers your question.
Through you, Chair, yes. I think that's really helpful. Thank you very much. I think it would just the reference to the 3 watt zero credits as part of the BREEAM certification would be. I would be really pleased to if that was clarified. But thank you very much for explaining about the impact statements. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. I just want to respond to something Charlotte said before we move on with some more questions. So the chimney was raised and Charlotte, I think, responded to that. I mean, my main concern with the chimney is to do with its functional purpose in the middle of a residential area. But the point that was raised from 611 in the Conservation Officer's report, and I suppose Charlotte can't speak for the Conservation Officer, but it seems to be implying in terms of aesthetically, I guess, that the chimney is appropriate in the area because there are chimneys in the area. But the chimneys in the area are on Victorian houses, as far as I know, little brick chimneys that might or might not still be used for, as Councillor Bajan alluded to, wood burners or something, but not an industrial scale chimney on a development of this type. So did you have anything to say about that, Charlotte, or shall we just leave it as written by the Conservation Officer?
No, I'd say I'd leave it as Conservation Officer.
Can't hear you, Charlotte.
Sorry, I didn't have a microphone down there. I'd leave it as how the Conservation Officer said.
Okay, so thanks very much. So I think he's wrong, or she's wrong. So, Councillor Bennett.
you, Chair. I'd like to talk about two things. First is that I share Councillor Thornborough's concerns about the demand for lab and office space. As we've seen, a demand for lab and office space in one area of Cambridge does not translate to demand for lab and office space in other areas of Cambridge because of the transport issues. This is something that I know Councillor Porritt is going into in great detail with the Grafton development, and my ward colleagues are looking into with the Beehive development. I can say that while office space near the station goes very quickly, I have unlet offices which have been unlet for a very long time in my own ward, Abbey, and the issue is for transport time differentials. The other thing I want to say is that this is a speculative development, so we do not know what the lab and office occupants will be. I welcome the officers' very detailed attention to the conditions, particularly on water use and water reduction. And although she says she is no expert on sustainability, I think she's drafted some excellent and robust conditions. However, we don't know what our starting point is because we do not know what the lab occupier is going to be. I agree. I share Councillor Thornborough's concerns about high water use by labs. So although we have set out some quite stringent conditions for reductions, we're going to be starting from potentially a very high and unknown base point. And finally, I will add is that lab space does include animal-based lab test space. I hope that no developer or laboratory would be so unwise as to put such work in the centre of Cambridge. But we have no control over them not doing so. And if they did so, I think we could all expect to have continual protests immobilising the city centre forevermore. I do not see any way to address this in the planning conditions other than possibly an informative on occupants. I don't even think that is within the planning conditions, but I do want to put on record my concerns. I know that residents think that we have a lot more power as a planning committee to block unwelcome developments or developments that they don't like, and unfortunately we don't. And I think that this is an expectation gap that as a planning committee we should address outside this meeting. Thank you.
I think you're right, Councillor, that residents do think we have a lot more power than we actually do have in this planning committee. The other thing to say, I think, is you said, and many of us, including me, have said things against this application, but many of those things are not planning matters. That's where the rub is, I think. So, Toby, you want to say something?
I wanted to say exactly that, really, Councillor Bennett. I hear what you're saying, but the identity of the final occupants and the type of use that they carry out within the research and development is not for this committee. To remind members again, the applicants are not seeking a change of use as part of their application, so it's immaterial.
Councillor Thornborough.
Yeah, talking about the chimney, the chemistry labs in Cambridge have these very prominent chimneys, and that's my idea of what labs are like in reality with the amount of air extraction they're needed. This has only got one fairly small chimney compared to those, so I'm assuming that anybody taking the unit would have to take that into consideration. I really don't want to make the air quality any worse than it is now. Whatever emissions come from the building, I don't know whether we can we could say that, okay, but it mustn't be worse than it is now, understanding a baseline. But I think we should take away all permitted development rights for any further chimneys or air extract units, if possible. I'd like to see that removed so that anybody considering this needs to be aware that they have to deal with what is provided under this application if it's approved, and not submit further applications for further chimneys to meet the requirement of a future tenant.
Did I understand you to directly, Councillor Thornborough, if permitted development rights are taken away, then obviously an applicant can't do something straight away, but they could come back to the committee and make a further application, but you seem to say they could.
That's true, we would have to consider that, but I think that it's very clear that this committee has real concerns about this one chimney, and as Councillor Bennett said, it's, we don't know who's going to be using this, and it's if this application is approved, and it's, there is real concern, I think it must be noted that any further applications would take into account the concerns from this committee, and certainly not be able to come forward without a further application.
All right, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Devine.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I really do understand the concerns a lot of people here have about noxious gases coming out of the chimneys and laboratories, and I'm sure that the Environmental Agency and the Air Quality will have some say over what things can come out of a chimney in a residential area, and there must be some controls. On the other hand, I think this development is going to bring a lot of people into an area which is in gradual decline. So it also has some real positives as well, and it's a sort of Cambridge thing in a way. It feels to me like this is the sort of way that Cambridge is going. So there is another way of looking at this. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. You're right to say that, and it could bring, well, it would bring more life and vitality into the area, I guess. Although I think you're wrong to say it's dwindling at the moment. It's certainly very vital at the moment, I think. And just a couple of other things. I think, Councillor Thornborough, you're right to mention the chimneys on university buildings, especially in Cambridge, and Addenbrooke's, of course, which is on the edge. But they are around, and I'm wrong, really, I suppose, to focus on this little one as if it's the only chimney in town, because there are others. And also, just to bear in mind these other potentials of labs being built in the Grafton and Beehive, which I feel would be more appropriate in a way, that sort of bigger buildings. I don't know what's going on here, whether the applicants are feeling they want to test the ground first with a little application and go from there. I mean, that's completely, conjecture on my part. I have no idea. But yeah, there are concerns. So, yeah, I'll stop talking. Who else? Yeah, Councillor Gawthorpe-Wood.
Can I ask how many desk spaces are being proposed in this application? I mean, I remember there's a number of potential site lists, but I don't remember seeing how many people were expected to be using the building. Obviously not the retail part.
Thanks, Councillor. Any more questions before I go back to the case officer and we have a vote? Any more? No? No. Okay, Councillor Gawthorpe-Wood.
Okay, and if there could be an informative about PV panels, unless they're already planned on the roof. Is that possible?
Not sure. Okay, we'll check that. So, Charlotte, do you want to respond to those, please? And anything else that you caught along the way?
Yeah, in terms of the permitted development rights for future chimneys, I may be wrong. I was just having a quick look, but I don't believe commercial buildings have permitted development rights for chimneys anyway, so we wouldn't be able to remove anything. Toby might be able to confirm that, but off the top of my head, I think it's just householders that have that. In terms of desk spaces, I don't think they've provided that information because they're not applying for the change of use. I don't think they have to, but I'm just going to check their application form, see if it mentions it. And yes, we can add an informative about PV panels.
Okay.
And
so, no more questions. Thanks, Charlotte. So, just to be clear then, we've got an application which it's difficult to argue against with planning arguments. It's a difficult one for us, for city residents, for ward councillors, as this change of use, which is not a change of use, results in a big change of use, and potentially more changes of use along the way in the future. The area used to be all housing, then it was all knocked down and became the Grafton Centre, and now the Grafton Centre and the shops seemingly want to become labs. And perhaps that's progress in the future and changes, and are labs better than gymnasiums or golf courses or whatever else people try to put into shop units that don't get shopped in anymore? I don't know, but we have to, in this committee, we need to stick to planning reasoning. If we don't, we might as well not be here. So that's our job. So if there's nothing else to say, the recommendation, please, Toby.
Thanks, Chair. So the recommendations set out on page 64 of the officer report, that is to approve the application subject to the planning conditions as set out, with minor amendments to the conditions as drafted delegated to officers, is also subject to the minor revision as set out by the officer in her presentation to condition 21, and an additional informative with regard to solar PV panels. Thank you.
The recommendation is one of approval. What is it, Councillor Gawthorpe-Wood? Yeah.
Is that you could have solar thermal panels as well, if you could include that. That heats hot water too.
I think solar panels covers all potential solar panels, doesn't
Fine,
it?
thank you.
Yeah, I mean, it's a solar array, it could do any number of things. So is that okay, Councillor? Okay. So that's the recommendation. The officer recommendation is, sorry, that, yeah, of approval. All those in favour of that recommendation?
Six, Chair.
Against? Abstentions? Item is approved. Thank you very much. So I guess we'll stop for lunch now then, 12:30, come back at 1 o'clock, and then we'll get on with the rest of the minor items. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for the debate. Okay, welcome back to the afternoon session. Sorry, slightly late starting. So the next item for consideration is item 7, so 1 Fitzwilliam Road, and that will be followed by item 8, as is normal, with 1 Fitzwilliam Road, not normal, because with 2 items but different applications on the same site. So Toby's just going to say a word about that before we get started.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, so we've got 2 applications. We must consider each application separately. They're 2 different entities in planning legal terms. So I'm sure there will be some commonality in terms of the issues between the 2 schemes. One scheme has a basement, one doesn't. The other thing I'd like to mention, and it's set out in the assessment part of the report on page 79, but these are what are called Section 73 applications. So if you don't know what a Section 73 application is, it's an application to vary or remove a planning condition on an existing consent. And effectively, the committee's role is slightly different in terms of how it's got to consider this type of application, because there's the fallback of what's been approved. So you're determining, in effect, the differences between what's been approved and what is before you today. And Amy will take you through the 2 schemes in detail. Thank you.
Thank you, Toby. And we've got speakers, so Francesca Ledley as Vector and Peter McEwen, agent. So that's it. I think, Amy, welcome. Good afternoon. If you want to introduce the item 7, then please.
Thank you, Chair. So the item in front of members today is the Section 73 application at 1 Fitzwilliam Road. The Section 73 is to vary Condition 2, which is of approved drawings. Just some points of clarification before I continue into the bulk of the presentation. Officers noticed that there was a discrepancy on the proposed floor plans, which is in members' drawing packs. This was on the proposed floor plan showing the basement. The staircase was located on this side, which then would have come up the stairs into the kitchen area on the upper floor. Officers have asked the applicant to revise it, which is the drawing you're seeing now, and that is the drawing that would be permitted should this application be allowed. The floor plan approval reference for that includes this floor plan is PL2101 Rev P2. Another point of clarification, a third party representation that was received late yesterday brought it to officers' attention that there was a discrepancy on another plan, which was on the second floor plan, which is in members' pack, which showed a window in this location here that was not present on the eastern elevation plans. Officers have asked the applicant to rectify this, and as such, the window was removed. So this new floor plan would be the same as what was shown in the basement. The reference would be PL2102 Rev P2. Due to the minor changes of these proposed plans, officers do not see that it's fit to reconsult, as these are just minor changes to fix discrepancies. There were a few errors highlighted in the officer's report by the third party representation received yesterday, but these errors are not considered to be detrimental to the deliverance of the scheme, nor the officer's recommendation or members' conclusions. So just for some site context, the site is located on the northern side of the junction between Clarendon Road and Fitzwilliam Road. The site did compromise of a 2.5-storey brick building. This has since been demolished since gaining planning permission. To the west of the site, there are 4 buildings of local interest. To the north of the site is the garden of 21 Clarendon Road. Located to the east of the site is the contemporary design Kaleidoscope development, which has been subject to major redevelopment in the recent years. And this area here, this part, is not located in the conservation area, but the site itself is, as the boundary runs just along here. So just for planning history, just a quick kind of rundown. This is planning history of the site. I have highlighted the other section 73 that is to be discussed after this one in the orange. Well, the one highlighted in green is the one that I'll be discussing now. So the proposed site plan is located on this side, while the previously approved would be on this side of the screen. So the proposed site plan sees the removal of the summer houses, which would have housed the cycle storage for the dwellings. Condition 16 of the host permission, which has been transferred over onto this permission, required details for hard and soft landscaping, including cycle storage and bin storage. So we felt that officers felt that this condition would encompass any further details required for this, for those elements. However, we did go back to the applicant and ask that cycle storage be shown on a plan, which they've done here. So we can see the cycle storage to the rear of the dwellings, as well as cycle storage to the front, to ensure that the proposal complies with local plan. There has been a reconfiguration of stairs to the rear to access the basement, the removal of light wells to the front of the dwellings, which is reflective of the internal reorganisation of the basement level. The relocation of the patio for plot number 3 has been moved over to this side, and there has been a removal of one parking space to the front to allow for cycle storage to be encompassed into the scheme. As you can see, there were overall seven spaces permitted under this scheme, while this one sees an overall spaces of 6 for these dwellings. There's also the inclusions of hedgehog holes, which were different from this scheme as well. Going on to the basement floor, we can see in further detail the reconfiguration of the stairs to the rear, and also the omission of bedroom 4 from the other scheme for the inclusion of a utility room. On the ground floor, we can see the conversion of the study room for a bedroom, a single occupancy bedroom, this to the front. The first floor, slightly more changes. We see the removal of the lounges to the rear of the dwellings for use of bedrooms instead. We see the inclusion of laundry rooms to the front of the ensuites, which replace the bathrooms in plots 2 and 3. And we see a family bathroom being put in place in plot 1, as opposed to a dressing room which served bedroom previously. The lounges for the plots 2 and 3 have been moved to the front of the building rather than the rear, while the lounge at plot 1 has been removed in its entirety. On the second floor, we can see the removal of the ensuite for bedroom 4. We also see the removal of a cupboard at this floor as well. There is also the removal of ensuites which serve these 2 bedrooms here in favour of family bathrooms instead. And there's also the removal of roof lights to these elements here, this roof section. And bedroom 4 on the third plot has been extended out slightly to just encompass this corner area here. On the third floor, we see the removal of ensuites again in bedroom 5s on plots 2 and 3, and the removal of cupboards. The elevations, again, slight differences. So we see the change in size of the fenestration of the dwellings to the front, the removal of balconies at the first floor along here, with recessed windows being favoured in this instance. Change the door types at third floor and second floor and third floor on these 2 plots as we get higher up for these balconies. And we also see the decorative brickwork under the windows be removed from these elevations to allow for the windows to be larger. The protruding element of plot 3 will also benefit from a zinc cladding as opposed to what was previously approved, and larger windows that reach down to the floor of this element rather than the smaller windows previously approved. The eastern elevation, we see the inclusion of back boxes to the top. We also see the addition of a window here to serve the new internal reorganisation of bedroom, and also just highlighting this protruding element and how that differs from what was previously approved. There has been a removal of a window just for internal reorganisation purposes, that it was no longer required. The northern elevation, so this would be the rear of the properties. We see the addition of windows down on the lower slopes of the roofs, just to reflective of internal reorganisation changes. The extension of that third property for that corner, coming out slightly where it would have been recessed previously, and just a change in the rear doors and window types, just to be reflective of internal changes again. The west elevation, it was just an inclusion of a back box. There's nothing more happening at this side. And just to kind of emphasize the cycle storage that's being proposed. So we see this would be the rear parking, the layout for cycles to the rear of the buildings. So we see a store here that's adequate to store 4 cycles with a green roof on top, just to ensure to include biodiversity net gain into the design. The cycle storage to the front is slightly different, so we see more of an open type shelter, again with the green roof. Plots 1 and 2 will have 2 cycle spaces to the front, while plot 3 will have 4. The planning balance on this is for approval, as the scheme is, we officers consider the scheme to propose minor changes, which isn't really, it doesn't have any negative impacts on the wider area, and we, officers would recommend for approval in that instance. Thank you.
Thanks, Amy. Right, so there's a statement to be read out from the objector, Francesca Ledley. So James, if you wouldn't mind, please, when you're ready.
Statement from local resident. My comments refer to both Section 73 applications. The last Section 73 application was rejected by officers due to exceeding the number of car parking spaces allowed and because it would reduce on-street parking provision in an area of high demand. 6 car parking spaces still breach Cambridge City Council parking policy. The number of spaces should be limited to 3, as there are 3 houses and the site is in the controlled parking zone. The loss of 2 resident parking bays, one from Fitzwilliam Road and one from Clarendon Road, will exacerbate existing parking stress. It is out of character of the conservation area to have so many car spaces on the site, which will dominate the landscape. Several properties on Fitzwilliam Road have no off-street parking, so many residents only use on-street parking bays. The new primary school and nursery at the other end of Fitzwilliam Road have caused a considerable increase in parking pressure. There is a significant change to the east elevation of plot 3. The new first floor window is 4 times wider than other windows on this elevation and would lead to loss of privacy for residents living opposite in Kaleidoscope Flats. The cycle parking layout is inadequate and does not meet City Council cycle parking standards in the local plan. The site plan shows 12 of the cycle spaces in 3 cycle stores in the back garden. The cycle stores would be difficult to access. To reach their bikes, more than 30 residents would wheel them through gardens and alleyways to reach the road. Cycle parking in back gardens is contrary to cycle parking standards. which state that it would be at the front of the, should be at the front of the house and be at least as convenient as a car parking. Therefore, the 3 extra car spaces on the Clarendon Road side of this site should be replaced by cycle stores. The dominance of car parking has compromised the landscaping and potential to improve biodiversity on site. As well as breaching local plan standards, this excessive level cannot be justified on the grounds of character, sustainability and air quality. It would set a precedent for other residential developments in the controlled parking zone. I urge councillors to reject both Section 73 applications and developers to revise their plans. Thank you.
Thanks for reading that out, James, and thanks for Francesca Ledley for sending that in. So Peter, you're here, Peter McEwen, you're here to as the agent to speak on behalf of the scheme. So when you're ready, Peter.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. I'm not intending on saying very much this afternoon, as I feel that matters have been very well articulated by your case officer. Planning permission 19-1141-FUL on the site has been implemented by the previous owners. Blues Property, an established Cambridge developer, purchased the site earlier this year, and the minor changes proposed are required to render the scheme buildable and to ensure that a more efficient build is delivered on site. 2 applications are to be considered this afternoon, one retaining a basement, the other removing it. This will provide flexibility for the applicants, as at this stage they are undecided on the delivery of a basement at the site, particularly given the rise in construction costs. We feel that an enhanced development will be delivered on the site, and all consultees are supportive of both applications. The proposals will deliver some cycle parking to the front of the dwellings, which we hope is welcomed, particularly as these are all located to the rear within summer houses on the approved scheme. There will be a reduction in car parking numbers at the site from 7 to 6. And there will also be a requirement for biodiversity net gain to be delivered on the site. Again, this wasn't a requirement on the extant permission. I wanted to just as well quickly just sort of comment further on that issue raised by the objector with regards to cycle stores. So as I indicated, the location of the cycle stores within the rear gardens, we feel, will be accessible to the dwellings. They will have no impact on the residential amenities of adjoining properties on Clarendon Road, particularly given the separation provided and the fact that we are now proposing that cycle parking is located to the front of the dwellings as well. So plots 1 and 2, there's 2 spaces located outside the front doors, and then on plot 3, we're proposing that 4 spaces are provided. As I noted as well, on the extant permission, all those cycle spaces are located along the rear boundary within proposed summer houses on that scheme. So we actually feel there will be an improvement with regards to cycle storage. In summary, we feel that with the amendments proposed that a high quality development will be taken forward on this site, and as outlined by your officer, no negative impacts would result. So in summary, we would invite members to support both Section 73 planning applications. Many thanks for your time.
Thank you, Peter. So it's the applicant's prerogative to bring as many applications as they want to this committee. Speaking for myself as chair, I would prefer to see 1 application, and then we can look at it clearly as to what we are looking to approve or not approve. The list of changes in 3.2 is long and different. Some things are very small, some things are very big. Amy's gone through the application. We may need to clarify things with Amy, I think, as well, further to that. Just to be clear what we're looking at today, because it's very difficult to understand, I think. So, councillors, questions? Who'd like to go first? Councillor Poore.
Thank you very much to Amy for a useful presentation. I definitely support the condition to have green-brown roofs. Can I just ask the officer a little bit about the zinc cladding on the side of plot 3? Because I think it was mentioned that it wasn't in keeping, but so it would just be useful to have some visuals and some discussion of that. And could I just ask the officer, I think she brought up a revised plan where a window was taken away. I didn't quite get, was that the first or the second floor? Because I just want to confirm that there are some other windows, because I think there's skylights if it's the second floor, but I didn't see them on the plan that came up. So I wonder if she could just confirm that. So it's mainly the zinc cladding on the side and the bedroom with the window removed, just to check that there is some visual amenity there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Thornborough.
Could the case officer just confirm that if the extant consent has been implemented, that means that the updated building regulation requirements for things like solar shading or reducing overheating and EV charge points in every car parking spaces, that none of that is relevant because they've started on site and had a building control application approved, we wouldn't be able to refer to that. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Gawthorpe-Wood.
Well, my point was on energy reduction measures and renewables, so PVs, etc. And again, that is about, I wondered whether we needed in conditions or informatives if it's not coming under, I can never remember the dates, the building regs that are coming into force or are in force, thank you, Councillor Thornborough, because of the knocking down of the previous dwelling. So do we need to beef those up a bit? And then I wonder what the width of the paths where that lead to the rear of the houses. And Councillor Porras covered the point about the zinc. Thank you. Or raised that point.
Thanks, Councillor. Yes, Councillor Levine.
Yeah, thank you. Changing timber into zinc was something that I was going to ask. That's pretty well covered. I think the plan that we're looking at is one with the basement. I was just curious as to what the plans for the basement. Well, I think it's a good idea, but what are they going to do with the basement? What are the plans, please? Oh, is it there? Thank you. Apparently it's answered in the paperwork. Apologies.
That's quite right, Councillor Levine. I know you had to join this committee at very short notice, so it's understandable, but we'll make sure everything is clear to you before you vote. I'll go to Councillor Thornborough. Councillor Levine, have you finished? Yes, I think you have yet. Councillor Thornborough.
So I just, as an expression of interest, this is in my ward, Petersfield, but I haven't been involved in any discussions before this meeting, so I'm unaffected.
Right, thanks for that. So I'll just add a few things and then we'll go back to Amy for some answers. So like Councillor Poor, I think you referred to bedroom 4, and I was wondering whether there was a roof light there because it's not clear at all from the plans, but one would hope so, as it's a bedroom, I think. This is called bedroom 4. Amy, you've gone through the changes for the proposed scheme that we're meant to be looking at the moment. What I'd appreciate from you, Amy, is to just, I'm sorry, but just go through again the most important things that are planning matters, because some of those things are internal arrangements and we're not so interested in that really. But things like removal of balconies to the front, which would be an amenity issue for future occupants, for example, be of concern to this committee. So if you could sort of refer to those. The two more things. So I'm not quite clear, Amy, what's going to happen here. So we've got 2 applications. We're looking at one at the moment. Say we approved both applications, which is possible. Does that mean that we really know what we get? Or does the applicant make their own little pick and mix from those 2 applications going forward? Or can they come back for slight changes? I'm really not quite clear on that. And finally, my impression of this is that I know Peter has explained that it's about delivery and so on and efficiency, but the scheme in front of us is a much less good scheme than the scheme that's been approved. The windows are bigger, have less openings. Everything has been trimmed to save money, it seems to me, and that's fair enough in a way for the applicant to want to deliver a scheme, but it means that, you know, taking away fancy brickwork and replacing it with nothing, it means we get a less good scheme. It may still be acceptable, but that's the way I see it at the moment. Amy, back to you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just go through those questions as I've had them listed, if that's okay. So the first one was for the zinc cladding. So if I go back to the elevation that was in, so we've got this highlighted here as a zinc cladding. The application has been consulted with conservation officers who don't object to the use of the zinc cladding. The zinc cladding would also be in keeping with the external materials of the window frames, as well as the kind of glass balustrades and the grey roof. That's also being proposed. So as from a character and appearance stance, officers didn't consider that the proposed zinc cladding over timber would be an issue of it not being in keeping with the character of the area or within the objectives of the conservation area. If hopefully that is that okay, or I'm happy to expand more if needed. The revised windows, I will go back, so it might be a bit few flicking back and forth. So yeah, bedroom 4 on the second floor, where that window was removed, does benefit from roof lights, and they can be quite difficult to see. As I understand, the plans are slightly smaller, but you can lose some detail, but the roof lights are kind of indicated by these squares just above the bedroom or the bed. So we can see roof lights being proposed on this in this bedroom here, as well as the bedrooms beside. So that room does benefit from that. The extent in terms of building regs. So I'd like, if possible, correct me if I'm wrong, Toby. I believe with building regs, I'm honestly not too sure with that. So I would kind of like to refer to Toby if that's possible.
Wanting Toby to speak now, I think you are, aren't you? Yeah, Toby?
Yeah, thanks, Amy. I don't know whether or not there's been a building regs application for demolition. If you're granting fresh consents, then I would have thought that they probably fall within the new the new regime rather than benefit from anything previously. But I would probably have to check with the building surveyor, but that would be my assumption.
Thanks, Toby.
Thank you, Toby. Moving on to the next question with energy reduction measures. Under this application, we have put in for condition 29, which requires carbon reduction statement to be submitted to ensure that a sustainable build and the reduction in carbon dioxide emissions is achieved. We've also put in condition 8, which requires an EV charging point to be installed with the previous approved details under a condition which was imposed under the host permission. So we have included that into our condition list. With the width of the path, so if I find the site plan, so the path to the rear is 18 meters in length and it's 1.3 meters in width, which officers consider is a wide enough path width to be able to get a cycle to the rear as well as bins. The access point to the side of plot 1 is 11 meters in length and it's 1.6 meters in width, so more than enough space to get a bin alongside that boundary. Planning matters was the, so I understand I have highlighted a few elements of the internals just to make sure everyone understands what is changing and what isn't. But in terms of planning matters and externally, it would just kind of be the staircases to the rear, with the staircase to the rear, the removal of the summer houses, the slight arrangement in the car parking with the loss of one space to allow for the inclusion of cycle storage to the front. We've got the patio to the side of plot number 3, which has been relocated, and then the rest, apart from internals, we would go to just the arrangement of the fenestration and the enlargement of the windows, with the removal of these balconies that were located at first floor. These are no longer here at the front, but we do have the maintenance of these terraces to the top. It is just the removal of the ones at the lower level. And it is really just kind of the arrangement of the fenestration of the building to reflect those internal changes. Not that too many happen on this elevation, but especially with the east elevation, with the addition of that window serving that bedroom, as well as the removal of the one just above it, and the slight addition of roof lights, which was what I showed on those bedrooms with the square boxes above the beds, just to again reflect internal changes, and the slight alteration of the windows and doors to the rear, which when assessed, officers didn't consider had any adverse impacts on the surrounding area nor neighbour amenity. And yeah, like west elevation didn't have any changes really. In terms of what happens if committee approves both applications, so if both section 73s are deemed appropriate and are approved, the applicant will be given 2 decision notices for the separate applications, and they will have to impose one. They can't impose both. They can't impose a hybrid of both. It will act as any other planning permission where the approved drawings under each individual decision notice will have to be adhered to, depending on which one they impose. And I think that was it. Yeah.
Yeah, good to get that clarity. Thank you very much for that, Amy. I'm a bit clearer now, I think, slightly. So, Councillor Thornborough.
I would like to have an informative on this about compliance with the revised and new building regulations part F, L, O and S, because they're to do with energy efficiency, to do with future-proofing all car parking spaces for EV charge points, but also it covers glazing limits for new build to ensure that we don't have excessive solar gain, because I am a bit concerned about that on the south elevation, where the amount of glazing and window openings has increased quite a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So it was said by the objector there were 6 car parking spaces. I can see 5 in the proposed site plan, I believe. So perhaps you could confirm that, Amy, one or the other, and also just confirm about the cycle parking, because you said, I think, that some had been moved at the last minute, perhaps yesterday, to the front of the building. I don't know if it's all of it or some of it or a little bit of it, I'm not sure. And be good to know. Those are the 2 things, I think, yeah, that I've still got outstanding. Anyone else? No? Back to you then, Amy, please. Oh, Amy, one more thing. So with this basement then, that's not a planning matter particularly, we're not, because it seems to be the major difference between this and the next application we're going to consider. So is there anything we should be particularly looking at with regard to the basement? I mean, I know we can't see it because it's underground, but it's the difference, isn't it? Is there anything that you want to highlight for us to consider? Thanks.
So just starting with the the car parking. So under the approved scheme, there is 7 spaces in total. So we've got 4 to the front of the dwellings. Plot number 1 benefits from 2, while the others benefit from 1 each. And we've got more of a communal parking to the side, which would be utilised by these properties as they wish, in the sense that it would be used by them or visitors in that way. Under the new proposed scheme, we see that one of the bays to the front of plot 1 has been, I say, removed, while there has been a retention of spaces here for the communal area. So there has been a removal of 1 bay, so it has gone from 7 to 6. With the cycle storage, we've got the cycle storage to the rear, so that's 4 to the rear here, 4 to the rear here, and 4 to the rear here. Plots 1 and 2 will benefit from cycle storage to the front, which is 2 cycle spaces here for plot 1 and 2, while number 3 will benefit from 4. just because it had more space and more capability to have that number of cycle storage to the front. With the basement, the current approved scheme does benefit from the inclusion of the basement. So although the next application does not benefit from basement, in terms of planning matters, officers consider the basement has already been deemed as something that is acceptable in principle to have there, as the existing permission already has a basement. The removal of basement isn't considered to be an issue. This can be discussed in the other application, as the houses are large enough to accommodate for space standards. So is it a planning matter? Yes, but do officers consider it to be an issue? No.
That's very helpful. Thank you, Amy. Very clear explanation. Thank you. Any more? Yes. Okay, Councillor Gawthrope-Wood first.
Well, Councillor Thornborough might, or Toby, may be able to answer this. It's just the beefed up building regulations. Do they include solar panels as something as a requirement? And if not, could we have a condition or an informative?
Thank you. Councillor Thornborough.
Oh, I think one of the comments made from the resident who wrote in and James read out, I think that was a good point about the loss of residential parking, and because of the difficulty of parking in that area. But I think it's clear from the Highways comments that in the previous application, it's something we can't address again or pick up at this stage because it was approved previously. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. So there was a question there which was aimed at Toby, I think, unless you want to defer to the case officer.
Thanks, Chair. I think there is a condition recommended as part of the permission which covers renewables and their location. I don't think the building regs stipulates exactly what they should be provided, but it is covered by conditions on both consents.
Thank you, Toby. Is that your understanding too, Amy, with regard to that?
Yes, I was just checking the wording of condition. It's condition 29, which encompasses renewable technologies.
Okay, thank you. So, Councillor Gawthrope-Wood, you had your hand up again. Something else? Yeah.
I seem to be missing condition 29. That's
29, Amy, is in the pack online. Oh yeah, I haven't got it either.
It's 23. I think it's 23, Chair, rather than 29.
Okay, condition 23, it would appear.
Apologies, yes, it is 23.
No worries. Okay, right. I think we're all good to vote now then. Yep. So let's have the recommend. Oh, Councillor Gawthrope-Wood, sorry, I missed your hand.
apologies, but that refers to, Part L of 2013. And I don't know whether that is sufficient unless we have this informative that Councillor Thornborough has suggested. That would cover things like solar panels, wouldn't it? Yeah, sorry. I think.
Yeah, Councillor Thornborough's nodding and Toby's going to clarify.
Yeah, I think, Chair, through you, we could update that condition to reflect the most recent building regs standard is the most sensible way of dealing with it. Thank you.
Right, so that's the condition, so that will come to Chair and Spokes, I presume, will it?
Chair, this is relatively, and we have a standard condition for this now, it's not been picked up by the officers, so I think officers would just ask for delegated powers on the wording of
Okay,
that
so
condition.
Spokes is nodding, I'm happy. So's the Vice Chair, I think. It's not moving, no, don't know. I'll assume yes. Right, recommendation then please, Toby.
Chair, so the recommendation is to approve, subject to the planning conditions as set out with minor amendments to the conditions as drafted delegated to officers, is subject to an additional condition, condition 28, which is set out on the amendment sheet, and the revision to condition 23 with reference to the most up-to-date building regs. Thank you.
Thank you. Recommendation to approve. All those in favour of that recommendation?
That's unanimous, Chair.
Application is approved. Everyone okay to go on with the next one? Don't need to stretch your legs or anything? Yep. So next one, then let's do the next one, item 8. And that's you again, Amy. And same speakers again. And just to be clear, well, after the presentation, we'll have the statement again, as Peter has the opportunity to speak again, so we have to be fair to all parties. So, Amy, if you're able to describe the item, then please first.
Yep, I'm just waiting for my presentation to upload.
It's got that thing here, Amy, where the TVs go on standby or something if you don't press a button. So it's.
Okay.
I think we've sorted it now. Are you okay to go soon, or do you want a little break first?
No, it's okay. I've got it.
Okay, good. When you're ready, then.
Perfect. Can I just confirm that everyone can see my screen?
Yes, we can see it. Thanks.
Perfect. So this is the second application for the omission of the basements. So this is for the section 73 to vary condition number 2. So just points of clarification. The third-party representation showed another discrepancy. It's very similar to the other ones that were discussed previously, but I will read them out again. The second floor plan showed a window shown at this juncture here, which was not included on the east elevation of the plans. So this window was subsequently removed, and these are the floor plans for the second floor of the plots without this window here. And yes, there was another issue where the window, this window here, was removed temporarily during those amendments for the other floor, but that has now been rectified at floor number 3, and this window, which was always shown on the elevations, has now been imposed onto the plans for third floor. So just to give some more site context, this is the site here rather. The site did have a building on it which has been subsequently demolished as once planning permission was granted. The buildings to the north of the site are buildings of local interest. To the north of the site, we see the garden of number 21 Clarendon Road. Located to the southeast of the site is the Kaleidoscope development, which is not located in the conservation area, as the boundary for the conservation area almost follows the curb line of the Fitzwilliam Clarendon Road corner. So just to give planning history, again, we can see the outline of the history of the site. I have highlighted the other section 73 in orange and highlighted the one that's going to be discussed in this presentation in green. So this is for the omission of the basement. So this one doesn't have a basement. So with the site plan, we can see the removal, like the other scheme, we see the removal of the summer houses, removal of parking space out to the front of number 1, plot 1 rather, and we see the inclusion of cycle storage to the front of these dwellings and to the rear. All other measurements are the same, and what's being removed. The only thing that's different is that this proposal sees the omission of the basements as well as a small single-story rear extension to these dwellings here, which will be more apparent in the elevations than it is in this drawing here. So basement floor, just to show, no basement is proposed, and this is what the applicant can currently build. So just to show that. Ground floor. So unlike the previous scheme, the utility rooms that were included in the basement have been moved up into the ground floor of the dwellings. There is an obscure window that is being proposed on this elevation here, just to serve this utility room. There is a small extension to the rear to allow for a bigger living space, and the studies to the front have also been converted into single bedrooms. You can see the roof of the rear extension that's being proposed in this plan here. The bedrooms to the rear, like the other one, so the lounges to the rear, much like the other application, have been replaced with bedrooms. Lounges that were in plots 2 and 3 have been put forward. We see the inclusion of laundry rooms, as well as a family bathroom here on plot 1, which was not included previously. We also see exact same internal changes as the previous one. Ensuite has been removed. We see the family bathrooms being imposed here as opposed to en suites. That has previously been approved. The side bedroom 4 of plot 3 has been extended out the way to fill in this gap here. And we also see the removal of a cupboard on plot 1. Again, removal of en suites to these bedrooms here, removal of cupboards and to these areas here as well. I'm not sure why these en suites are highlighted, as these are the same, so please ignore those red boxes here. It is just the removal of the cupboards as well as the en suites. Elevations are broadly the same as the previous application. It's just a change in fenestration, removal of balconies to the front as well. Protruding element will also benefit from the zinc cladding and larger windows. The terrace areas on second floor and third floor on the other 2 plots remain, while we see more recessed windows serving the internal rooms. Again, these are just for internal reorganization purposes. All of these windows have been proposed. Again, with the east elevation, we see just a change in fenestration to allow for that internal changes and the zinc cladding on the protruding element for plot 3. This is the rear extension, which has been proposed. The rear extension, I have the measurements, sorry, one moment. Yes, the rear extension will come out about 1.8 meters, be 3.4 meters in height, and be 5.3 meters in width for each property. Across the entirety of the properties to the back, the extension will be 17 meters, but that's including all property extensions. As you can see it here, it comes out, you can see the green roof that's been proposed. The fenestration to the rear has been changed just to allow for that change in structure around these areas. There's been inclusion of roof lights, and as well as that protruding element here for the extension of plot number 3. We also see the removal of brickwork to allow for some of these larger windows, but not too dissimilar from what's already been approved. Just to show on the west elevation, this is the proposed obscure window that will serve plot number 1's utility room at ground floor, and just highlighting this single story rear extension it's a lot easier to see on the elevations than it is the floor plans. Exact same proposed cycle storage. We see these storage units located to the rear of the dwellings. They will allow for the cycle storage of four cycles and will also benefit from green roofs. And the same arrangement for the frontage as the previous scheme. We see these shelters, which are open-sided with green roofs that will allow for the storage of 2 cycles outside plots 1 and 2 and 4 cycles outside plot 3. So much like the previous scheme, officers do not consider that the proposed changes would adversely impact the character of the area or the design of the buildings, nor neighbouring amenity. So on balance, officers have recommended the application for approval.
Thank you very much, Amy. James, if you wouldn't mind reading the statement again, please. Maybe if you could emphasise any bits you think are more pertinent to this scheme. Thanks.
Statement from Francesca Leadley. The last Section 73 application was rejected by officers due to exceeding the number of car parking spaces allowed because it would reduce on-street parking provision in the area of high demand. 6 car parking spaces still breaches City Council parking policy. Number of spaces should be limited to 3 as there are 3 houses and the site is controlled in a controlled parking zone. The loss of 2 residents' parking bays, one from Fitzwilliam Road and one from Clarendon Road, will exacerbate existing parking stress. It is out of character for the conservation area so to have so many car parking spaces on site, which will dominate the streetscape. Several properties on Fitzwilliam Road have no off-street parking, so many residents only use on-street parking bays. New primary school and nursery at the other end of Fitzwilliam Road have caused considerable increase in parking pressure. There's a significant change to the east elevation of plot 3. The new first floor window is 4 times wider than other windows on this elevation and would lead to loss of privacy for residents living opposite in the Kaleidoscope flats. Cycle parking layout is inadequate, does not meet City Council parking standards in the local plan. The site plan shows 12 of the cycle spaces in 3 cycle stores in the back garden. Cycle stores would be difficult to access. To reach their bikes, more than 30 residents would wheel them through gardens and alleyways to reach the road. Cycle parking in back gardens is contrary to cycle parking standards, which state that it should be at the front of the house and be at least as convenient as car parking. Therefore, 3 extra car parking spaces on Clarendon Road side of the site should be replaced by cycle stores. Dominance of car parking has compromised the landscaping and potential to improve biodiversity on site. As well as breaching local plan standards, this excessive level cannot be justified on the grounds of character, sustainability and air quality. It would set a precedent for other residential developments in the controlled parking zone. I urge councillors to reject both Section 73 application and the developers to revise their plans.
Thanks for that, James. Peter, you have the opportunity to speak on this item, so please do.
Thank you, Chair. I think given the circumstances and what I said before, I don't see the need to repeat what I said on the previous item. The points I made will apply to this one. The only thing new that I will say is that both this application in front of you and the item before, they both would be subject to the new building regulations, a point which Councillor Thornborough alluded to during the previous discussion. So yeah, the new building regulations would apply. Thank you.
Peter, okay. So just to say before we start, I think, Amy, you know these 2 schemes probably better than is healthy for you, and that's a compliment, so well done. You explained it very well to us. And so let's try and do the best we can, councillors, with this second item. I just asked, bed 5, Amy, seemed to not have a window, but was that the same as bed 4 in the previous scheme, or is that a different bedroom? You said about benefit from zinc cladding and benefit from various things, but of course that's planning speak, isn't it? What you really mean is built with, just for residents. And finally, I'll just say, in terms of the schemes that we've been placed before us, and one having a basement and one not, it's not really our position to say it, but it is now because you put the 2 schemes in front of us. I'm speaking to the applicant, I guess, and Peter, is that digging a hole in the ground is not a particularly sustainable way of building buildings. If we can build it on top of the ground, digging a hole uses a lot of carbon, and the houses are already, in either iteration, much, much bigger, 2 or 3 times the average dwelling size in the UK. And even in this smaller scheme, the biggest one is still 100 metres bigger than the policy requirement. So I know those aren't planning matters, but I feel that since we've had these 2 schemes to sort of consider, and I know we're not choosing between them, it's still useful to say that perhaps for Peter and the applicant to hear. They're plenty big enough is what I'm saying in this scheme, and the other scheme was even bigger, unnecessarily so in my opinion, as a single dwelling for any family or person or individuals to live in. So there you go. Councillors. Councillor Thornborough.
I concur with you, Chair. I would also just like to say that I'm very pleased the applicant's representative clarified about the new building regulations. Just one other point, we know that we're encouraging cycling, and the provision of the number of cycles complies with our current policy, but what we're trying to do is actually, when we have a new requirement standard for bicycles, it's going to be one bike for every individual who would be living in the building rather than the number of bedrooms, because we want to encourage everyone in the dwelling to be able to cycle. So I would again urge the applicant to consider increasing the number of cycle parking bays or secure parking. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. There may not be many questions on this scheme, as we've effectively already questioned the previous similar scheme. Councillor Coulthrope-Wood.
Could I ask that the condition is updated to reflect the building regulations on energy usage? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bennett.
Just a very brief point. It's clear from the size this is intended to be an HMO. It's likely that occupants will be cycle users rather than car park users, particularly given the location within the university curtilage. And although we cannot enforce anything, might we suggest that more cycle parking and less car parking would be appropriate and make the development more attractive and saleable? Thank you.
Yeah, well, as has already been said, more cycle parking would be good, I think. I don't think we can definitely say it's an HMO. Do you want to say anything on that, Toby?
Yeah, I mean, that's not what's proposed, and we've got to determine what's proposed, so we're not determining an application for a HMO, and certainly something of this size would attract a number of occupants, which would mean it would need separate permission as a sui generis HMO in any event.
Thanks for clarifying. Did you want to come back at all, Councillor Bennett, or are you content with that response? Okay, good. Right. So, any more? I'll say as what I said in the last one, possibly even more so on this one, certainly the back end, the rear facade is ugly, much more so than the previous one that it's meant to be replacing. These huge expanses of glazing with very little composition are not good looking, but probably that isn't a big enough reason to refuse the officer recommendation. So let's have the recommendation then, please, Toby.
Thanks, Chair. So the recommendation is set out on page 127 of the officer report. That is to approve subject to the planning conditions as set out, with minor amendments to the conditions as drafted delegated to officers. It includes an additional condition, condition 28, with regard to obscure glazing that's set out on the amendment sheet, and a revision to the drafted condition 23 to reflect the latest changes to the building regulations, the drafting of that condition delegated to officers. Thank you.
Thank you, Toby. So the officer recommendation is one of approval. All those in favour of that recommendation?
That's unanimous, Chair.
Item approved. Thanks very much. Shall we have a couple of minutes break and stretch our legs and then come back? Yeah, let's do that. It's quite stuffy in here, isn't it? So perhaps come back just before 1:15. Next item. Thank you.
Thank you. So welcome back after a short break. So the next item is item 9, Mowbray Road. Charlotte is the case officer. We've got speakers, Joe Lockhart, objector, and Roberta Sana, agent. So if you want to introduce the item then please, Charlotte.
Okay, can you just confirm you can see my presentation and that you can hear me clearly?
Yep, here, yep.
So this is application at 136 Mowbray Road. It's for the division of the existing property into two-bed flats involving a single-storey rear, two-storey side, and a partial first-floor rear extension. It's been brought to committee due to third-party representations contrary to officer recommendations. So the application relates to a two-storey semi-detached dwelling house located to the west of Mowbray Road. It is attached to number 134 to the south and shares a boundary with number 138 to the north. To the rear lies the garden area of number 24 Cortland Avenue. The area is residential in character and appearance. So just quickly going through the proposal. So the two-storey extension, it would have a width of 1.3 metres and span for a depth of 6.91 metres. The ground floor would be extended to the rear by 2.4 metres, resulting in a total depth of 4.89 metres from the original dwelling house. At the first floor, the rear extension would have a depth of 4 metres, which then drops back to 0.76 metres here. The extended dwelling house will be converted into two flats. The ground floor flat would be a two-bedroomed, four-person unit, and it would be accessed from the proposed side extension. And the first floor flat would be a two-bedroom, three-person unit, and it would be accessed from the existing front door. The garden would be subdivided to provide private amenity space for each unit, and bike and bin stores have been provided to the front, bin store here to the rear. The side extension would have a dual pitched roof, and the rear extension would have a flat roof over both floors. These are just the elevations showing what the dwelling would look like after development. In terms of the material consideration and design layout and scale, it is considered that the side extension would appear subordinate and it would not result in terracing and because a visual gap would be retained. The rear extension would be large in depth, however, it would not be visible from the public realm, and it is noted that other properties in the area benefit from two-storey flat-roofed extensions. The proposal demonstrates new landscaping to the front garden, which is considered an improvement on the existing driveway, shown here. In terms of highways and parking, the proposal would utilise the existing drop curbs, both sides. The Highways Authority have not raised any objection subject to a contractor's parking plan. The plans demonstrate space for parking 6 cycle spaces to the front within the store. 2 parking spaces have been provided for the units, which is compliant to the parking standards. Whilst no EV charging have been provided, this detail can be secured by way of condition. In terms of neighbouring amenity, it is about 3 metres. The side extension would be approximately 3 metres to the neighbouring building to the north. The 2-storey side extension would intersect the 25-degree vertical line from first floor windows of number 138. However, the plans for this dwelling show that these windows serve a bathroom and a hallway and are so not habitable rooms, and therefore the impact would be limited. The proposed rear extension would comply with the 45-degree lines as per the BRE guidelines from both neighbouring properties. It is considered that the extension may have some impact on the light into the garden area of number 138 due to the orientation of the properties. Whereas the roof would be flat with a limited height, it is considered the impact would be limited. The north-facing two-storey element of the proposal would result in some level of enclosure to the garden. However, it is considered that a sufficient gap would be retained between the proposal and the neighbouring property, and so the level of enclosure is considered to be acceptable. Then no first floor side windows would be installed. And then just finally, in terms of future amenity, it complies with the residential space standards and sufficient garden space has been provided. Subject to conditions, there are no concern with biodiversity and flooding. And in conclusion, officers recommend approval subject to conditions as outlined in the officer report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Charlotte. So the first person to speak is Joe Lockhart, Objector. Joe, hello, good afternoon. You have 3 minutes to speak when you're ready.
Before I start, can you hear me?
It's a little bit quiet. If you could make it project a bit or speak a bit louder or get it a bit closer to your...
The other thing is that one of the, just looking on Charlotte's presentation, one of the pictures was of the next door house and not of 136. It was when it was being described. So thank you for letting me speak. My name is Jo Lockhart and I own 138 Mowbray Road. I'm here to set out my objections to the application at number 136. 136 is due south to my property, already set back further in its plot. The proposed first floor extensions to the side and rear will have a significant negative impact in terms of loss of life and overshadowing accessibility to the north-south of the property. This will see an overbearing form of development contrary to Policy 53 Part D. The application includes some limited daylight and sunlight assessments, which are set out in the report to the committee, comprising a brief dismissal that concerns in terms of impact upon my property as first floor windows are stated as not habitable. These assessments are just one aspect of amenity. The development will have a significant impact by the visually oppressive and overshadowing of my property and garden, as acknowledged in the officer's report to committee. I strongly object to paragraph 8.59 stating that the harm to my garden by reason of enclosure is outweighed by the provision of an additional residential unit. The proposals will have an unacceptable impact on the character of the area as the design comprises a significant overdevelopment. The flat roof rear extension is a poor design relating poorly to the current property and wider surrounds. Two-storey side extension erodes the space at first floor level and creates terracing effect contrary to the characteristics of Mowbray Road, i.e. pairs of semi-detached houses with gaps in between. The following issues should have been corrected prior to coming to planning committee. The baseline shows existing plans includes existing extensions to the side and front which have already been made to the property without the necessary planning permission and building regulation. Despite concerns raised by me on 4 separate occasions in writing, no action has been taken against these extensions. There was no consultation on any of the amended plans or documents for the application. The drawings continue to refer to concept plans which are incorrect for full planning applications. Requests for the planning officer to view the site from my property has been ignored. In summary, the proposal comprises significant overdevelopment of this semi-detached property to create 2 flats to the benefit of landlord of 136, whilst having an unacceptable and detrimental impact on my home through overshadowing and an oppressive form of development. The proposals are of poor design which will negatively impact upon the surrounds. I would respectfully ask that you refuse the planning permission for this application as it is demonstrably contrary to Policy 53. I thank you for listening.
Thanks so much, Joe. Thanks for speaking. I wouldn't normally engage you in discussion, but just to be clear, what was the drawing that you said was incorrectly shown by the officer? I'll just clarify that. You're on mute now. Can't hear you.
I can clarify, Chair.
Okay.
No, she was correct. I'm not sure what had happened there when making my presentation, but I'll show you the Google Map images of the correct house.
We'll do that in a minute, but thanks for that then, Charlotte. Okay, we've got it then, Joe. We'll get on to that. So in that case, let's have the agent speak now, and then we'll go on to debate and we'll clarify that then. So Roberta Sana, are you there to speak?
Yes, I'm here. Can
Hello,
you
good
hear me?
afternoon. So welcome. So you have 3 minutes to speak, Roberta.
Hi. Okay, thank you, Chair. So good afternoon, everyone. Today I'm speaking on behalf of the applicant and on behalf of Windsor Patania Architects. Our proposal is to convert the property located at 136 Mowbray Road into
Roberta, if you could
two-bed.
just speak a little bit slower because it's a little bit difficult to hear you. That'd be good, thank you.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, so our proposal is to convert the property located at 136 Mowbray Road into two-bed flats. The property is a semi-detached two-story house with large front yard and rear garden. The proposal will require a ground floor rear extension, a partial first floor rear extension, and a double-story side extension. Both flats will have their own outdoor amenity space at the rear of the property and will benefit of a front yard equipped with secure bike storage, waste management area, parking spaces, so to avoid affecting the local parking pressure. We understand that some concerns have been raised regarding the extensions and the flat conversion. As we value the future tenants and the neighbors' well-being, please let us guide us through the process that led us to the proposed design. With regards to the extensions volumes, they have been designed to appear subordinate to the main building. So the side extension is recessed from the main elevation, the roof is lower than the main roof, and the width is less than the existing ground floor side extension, maintaining a generous gap with number 138 and avoiding any terracing effect. The first floor rear extension has been designed in a way that will not obstruct the view or block the light to any of the neighbors' houses, so nor 134 or 138. And in order to ensure this, a light consultant has been involved and confirmed that simply by applying the 45 degrees lines to the neighbors' windows, adjoining properties' habitable rooms will not be affected by the new volumes. In general, we aim to give the extensions an appearance that is respectful and matches with the surrounding context. Might be also worth mentioning that a similar two-story side extension has been erected in the nearbys in Glebe Road. With regards to the flats, they can be considered to have, as a response to an identified local need. They have been designed in compliance with local and national standards. Ground floor is a two-bed for occupants accommodation, while first floor is a two-bed, three occupants. All the rooms are spacious and beyond the minimum standards, granting natural light, ventilation, and good outlook, all to improve the life quality of the future tenants. Both flats are provided with private outdoor amenity area. The ground floor flat has a direct access to the garden, while the first floor will gain access through an enclosed passageway due to site restrictions. At the front, the flats are provided with independent car parking spaces thanks to the existing dropped curb. And they will also have protected bike storages to promote green mobility and enclosed bin storage with easy access for waste collection. So just to recap on the reasons why we think this will be a good quality development, it meets local needs, provides good sized flats, meet local and national standards and policies, provide private amenity space for each flat, promotes green mobility, extension appearance will be respectful of the street scene, and the extensions volume will not be harmful towards the neighbor properties. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much, Roberta. Thanks for that. You can stop sharing on the screen now if you want, and we'll go back to the case officer. Perhaps before we get into questions from councillors, we'll just, Charlotte, if you can just confirm that drawing that was incorrectly shown. I think I know which one, but I'll leave it up to you to describe, and then we'll go from there.
Thanks, Chair. It wasn't a drawing, it was the picture of the house shown on one of the slides. I'm not sure what happened, so complete apologies for the confusion. I'd shown this property, which is number 140, but this is the correct house, that's number 136.
Thanks for clarifying that. So I'll just put a couple of questions in before we get going. So also the objector, Joe, raised loss of light and overshadowing. So if you want to comment on that, and also the agent, Roberta, spoke about there being similar extensions locally. I think You might have already shown us one of them inadvertently, but you never spoke about those, I don't think, unless I missed that. So perhaps you could just comment on any other similar extensions locally. And also just the amenity area that's available to both flats. I wasn't quite clear from what's said what it is. Other questions, councillors? Councillor Porrer.
Thank you, Chair. My main concern with this is that the side passage is only 0.9 metres. And I think I'm reading the plans correctly that the bins are down that for the ground, for the upper flat. So my understanding is certainly it's not accessible in terms of a wheelchair or a bike, although I do appreciate the cycle storage is at the front. But I don't understand why we're approving something with such a short side passage, because it basically means to get to the rear garden of the upper flat, you have to come down a side passage that's less than 1 metre wide, which for me causes problem. It certainly means you wouldn't be able to get, well, much at all down there. I think I'm correct in my understanding is there's not another rear access. I may be wrong. Obviously, if there is, that changes things. And for the other flat, obviously, they don't rely on that because they can get in through their lounge. But I wonder if the officer could comment on that, because it just seems very, very narrow to rely on for, in effect, a 2-bed flat, which, how are people going to get in and out of there? And certainly how's a wheelchair going to get through? But I know it's a conversion, so that maybe the N42 doesn't apply, so I'd be grateful for some advice. And I think the chair picked up my other points. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dryden.
Thank you, Chair. I know it's on here, it's a building control matter, but in past applications I've heard about where the manhole for sewerage, where they build over it, can be a big problem. So is there any sort of conditions we can put on it to make sure that doesn't happen?
Thank you, Councillor. Right, yeah, Councillor Levine.
Well, I mean, I do have some sympathy with Jo at number 138. If she wants to grow vegetables or get a suntan in her garden, it's going to be a bit tricky. I don't know whether that's much of a viable objection. It's just a thought, really.
This officer to comment on all of that. Councillor Thornborough.
Can the case officer just run through which bike and cycle stores and relate to which flat? And also, if this is approved, I would like an informative relating to the new building regulations, because the new building regulations apply to some extent to extensions and alterations. It's not just new build for energy efficiency.
Thank you. Councillor Bennett.
I'm just wondering if the case officer could run through the light consultant's letter for us. Thank you.
Yep, light, okay. Right, let's go back to you then, please, Charlotte, and go over that.
Okay, just share my screen showing Google aerial views. So I had mentioned the existing 2-storey flat roofs, so you can see this here. Hopefully you can see my cursor. I can't put the pointer on
So
this.
just wiggle it around more if it's a white one, because it's more easy to see than for members.
Yeah, so these are examples of existing 2-storey flat roofed extensions. Just give it to this. Yeah, you can ignore this photo. That's the photo that was incorrect. The side passage is only 0.9 meters. That is correct. The site is quite constrained. Yes, the bin stores are to the back here. In terms of which stores are which, I don't think it's been specified. I believe we had added a condition to get further details of what these would look like. So I feel it'd be reasonable to just amend that slightly so they acknowledge which bike store belongs to which flat. In terms of bin stores, the bin store to the front would be for the ground floor flats, because the first floor flat have the bin stores to the rear here. In terms of M42, as it's a conversion, it does not apply. We can add an informative to just refer them to the new building regulations. That shouldn't be a problem. And then in terms of the light consultant's letter, stop sharing that. Believe it was relatively straightforward because the proposal did comply with the BRE guidelines of the 45-degree rules. Let me just, sorry, my computer's just gone slow.
I mean, I would have thought that was the case, but you just confirm it anyway, so we know for absolutely sure. And while you're looking, I'm presuming that 900 millimetres or 3 foot in board measurements is acceptable as far as you're concerned, but not necessarily for members, depending on what they think.
Yes, that's correct. Hang on. Yeah, so the letter does just confirm that it complies with the preliminary test known as the 25-degree and 45-degree tests. And as such, according to the BRE guidelines, they do not need to submit any further daylight and sunlight tests.
Righty-ho, yeah. And just to be clear on this 900 or 9.9 of a metre side passage, then, is that policy compliant, or is it just that it's not so definite a thing, but it's just acceptable to you as the officer?
We don't have a necessary policy defining the width of the access to the rear gardens, other than kind of advice that it should be direct access, but due to the constraints of the site, it would not be possible to get direct access from the first floor to their garden. That
Okay, that's fine.
clarifies
Thank
the
you.
matter. Yeah. Okay.
Just to be clear, members, a door opening is often 750 millimetres or 2'6". I know that's not the same as a passageway, but just for comparison. So, any more questions? Yes, Councillor Bora.
Well, I suppose just to highlight my concerns, A, that we've got the bins down there, because I'm not entirely certain if you get a larger bin, it won't fit down 0.9. I'm not even sure the smaller ones do. Though I do appreciate residents can ask to have sacks instead, but it seems a shame. I suppose I'm just asking the officers, that's the thing that worries me most about this, is I commend the developers on having a garden for both flats, and I can live with the compromise that you've got to go round the passageway. I'm just a little bit unhappy that the passageway is so narrow, because they are building out. You know, if it was 20 centimetres smaller, but then they may not hit the space standard. So I suppose I'm asking if there's, well, officers' views, know whether there are any grounds for refusals around that, or if because it's a conversion we kind of can't. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Toby's going to say something, and I'm going to say something too. Just back to you. I think a bin is about 2 foot or 600 wide, I think. But Toby, did you want to say something similar?
You took the words out of my mouth.
Oh,
Chair.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Toby.
So no, 0.9 should be absolutely sufficient to take a normal bin. I mean, these are flats; they should have normal sized wheelie bins. So I don't think that's a problem. And our policy, which is policy 51, I was just double checking that. It seeks to apply M42 in terms of internally, rather than refer to anything externally. That notwithstanding, the width should be sufficient. If there were bikes down the side, then you'd look for a minimum of 1.2 metres, but that's not the case.
Content with that, even if it's not what you wanted to hear? Yeah, okay. Any more? No? Okay. Recommendation now, please, Toby.
Thanks, Chair. So the recommendation is set out on page 148 of the planning report. That is to approve the application subject to the planning conditions as set out, with minor amendments to the conditions as drafted, delegated to officers, with an additional informative with regard to the new building regulations. Thank you.
Thanks, Toby. A recommendation of approval. All those in favour of that recommendation? So that item is approved. Thank you very much. Oh, sorry. Any
Against? Abstentions? I apologise. Thank you very much. Next item is item number 10, Galfred Road. And is the officer. Oh, I got the wrong name. Sorry. Oh, I apologise. I was reading the applicant, not the officer. It's that time of the afternoon. Okay, Alice, you're definitely Alice. So if you want to, no speakers on this one. So Alice, when you're ready, please.
Thank you, Chair. So the application site, pardon me, is on the corner of Galford and Thorley Road, on the southwestern corner. It is a semi-detached two-storey property, and it currently is in use as a HMO, House of Multiple Occupancy. So the proposal is to change the use of the property to a large-scale HMO for 7 people, and it's also part retrospective application for the single-storey rear extension, which houses bedroom 7 just here. So this is the proposed site plan, and you'll see that there are 4 bedrooms at ground floor, all having ensuite bathrooms, and there is an open plan kitchen living room to the rear of the property. 1 car parking space sited to the front of the site adjacent to the bins, and then cycle parking is located to the northern boundary. So this is the proposed second floor plan, showing 3 additional bedrooms upstairs. Again, these will have ensuite bathrooms. Roof plan. And these are the existing elevations. Existing side elevation, showing the retrospective extension to the rear here with this flat roof. And then the rear. And then this is the other side, showing again the retrospective extension. So the proposed cycle parking has been amended as shown on the amendment sheet to comply with the appendix, I think it's L of the local plan, the residential cycle parking guide. It's covered, secure and sited conveniently at the front of the property. We are proposing to alter condition 4 to ensure that a flat roof is provided, a green roof, green biodiverse roof on the cycle parking, as it is flat roof. And overall, we consider that the proposal would be a sustainable use of land. The property would provide a good living environment for future occupiers in a sustainable location, located close to facilities. And it has conveniently located cycle parking, and the proposal would meet the requirements of the large-scale HMO policy, Policy 48. So we, officers, are recommending approval, subject to the conditions outlined in the officer report and on the amendment sheet. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alice. So no speakers. Just to say, for the applicant's sake, that it would be better if applications came to this committee before they'd been built, if only because applicants run the risk of having to then take the buildings down should we not approve them, but it's better to work in the correct fashion. And my only question on it, Alice, is the drawing showed a polycarbonate roof, I think, but you spoke about a green roof. Is that what we're aiming to get from it, I guess?
but I'll come back to you, Alice. So, Councillor Thornborough?
I've got two questions, or three actually. In new bedroom 7, it has a little ensuite. Is that a little wet room ensuite? So does that include a shower? And I'm very concerned that there's a shower cubicle in the living room, and that I think it's completely inappropriate to have a toilet off a living space like that. And my concern is that room would be used as a bedroom, and therefore the amenity space would be insufficient for this number of people. So I'm concerned about that in the living room, and I'm concerned about whether there's a shower in bedroom 7. Maybe bedroom 7 occupant is expected to go through the living room and use the shower in there. And then my other question is, when was the extension built, and whether the extension is built to the new building regulations?
Thanks for that, Councillor. Councillor Gorthrop-Wood.
Surprised that you can have a hall and a kitchen without a door between them. I don't know whether I'm right in this. I wondered if you could comment. I too am concerned about whether the new extension does meet current building regulations. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. So we're getting into internal stuff here. I'm not sure if that's really our main area. So, Toby, do you want to say anything about that? Sorry, I've not forewarned you, but...
I think you're right, Chair, in terms of the layout of the internal spaces. I think the point made by Councillor Thornborough around the potential for the living room space to be used alternatively, that could be something that we could add a condition to the recommendation to be specific that the communal spaces, either living room, kitchen, and the space off the living room are laid out and retained as communal spaces, and that would certainly make any kind of enforcement issues a lot easier to tackle in the future if someone were to occupy those spaces. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, Councillor Bennett.
It says on page 153 that this is in Coleridge. It's actually in Abbey Ward. As this is my home ward, I'd like to say that my discretion is unfettered and I've had no private correspondence with residents about this.
Councillor Dryden.
Just a question, actually. On the site plan, you've got space there as a garage, which is rented from the council, I think it says. What is the relevance to that? Because that's on the site plan, but they could give in there tomorrow. They could go say, I don't want it anymore. So I can't see the point of that. If is it connected to why this plan's got through, or is it just on there for no reason at all?
Thank you. Councillor Poorer.
Thank you. It strikes me there's two separate decisions here almost. One is, are we happy with it being a larger HMO? But before that, are we happy with the extension? And I'm finding I don't have enough detail to really make that decision. I'm not clear which bits. And I noticed as well in paragraph 1011, it says it's a single ply membrane roof, which to me, I'm not sure, but I'm not even sure that's sufficient to be a bedroom. Certainly in, Councillor Thornborough is nodding that it might be. I defer to her superior knowledge. But and also whether it will support the green and brown roof. So I kind of feel a bit like the principle of the HMO, I think the officer's justified. I know nobody likes having lots of them, but we're actually being asked to retrospectively approve what to me doesn't look like the most ideal extension. I mean, it's a weird shape. I don't know whether I'd almost like to be tempted to defer to get some proper photographs and things to actually see. And I do share the concern about the kind of very small bathrooms and the living room with a toilet in it. And, whilst I do accept that they have addressed the concerns of the officers in environmental health by reducing the bedrooms, I think by 1, and putting a bit more kitchen and living space in, it's still not huge, and it is, so I don't know, I'm a bit concerned because I almost feel like the HMO bit I can probably live with, but the the extension bit. If this was coming in as a new application without this built, we would have a lot more information about it. And I feel like we're kind of missing a bit of that, and I don't feel very comfortable voting for the two at once. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to go back to the case officer now for a response to those points, especially the point, if you don't mind, about potential deferral. Obviously, it's up to councillors to decide that anyway, but that is an interesting point that's been raised. So, but the other questions as well, please.
Thank you, Chair. Let me just share my screen. So I'm going to try and tackle them in a order. So bear with me. So on screen is the square footage of each of the bedrooms, the policy requirements as listed in policy 50, which HMOs don't strictly have to abide by, and then the total of the bedrooms plus the communal space. So I've added the communal space and the internal space of the bedrooms, and you'll see that all of them far exceed the internal requirements for a one-bedroom, one-person unit. These bedrooms are quite sizable and far exceed the minimum policy requirement. And so officers considered that the amenity is acceptable and a suitable standard of accommodation has been provided for occupants. In terms of the other matters, there was some questions regarding the roof of the retrospective extension. We've got a condition to secure that as a green roof, as you've outlined, and so the suitability of the existing roof has been assessed, and we consider that obviously to comply with policy 31 they would need to replace that roof. Replacing that roof will be subject to building regulations, and that will have to go through a building regulations process, which obviously is separate to planning. In terms of the garage, I'll just share my screen again. The garage is actually outside the red line. Let me just get my laser pointer up. So the garage is just here. So it's outside the red line. It's not considered as part of this planning application. Although it is on the site plan, it's not of relevance for this planning application. It's not been considered. So that's that sorted. In terms of when the existing extension was built, I don't have that to hand, but obviously with the revised roof, the green roof, it'll have to go through building regs again, I believe. And then the cycle parking roof, the plans do show a polycarbonated roof, but we are proposing a green roof in condition 4. I think that's everything covered, but if there's anything else, let me know.
Did you want to say anything at all? You don't have to, about the deferral options. Do you consider you've made a recommendation, so I presume you've got enough information as far as you're concerned. Yeah, you're nodding. Okay. Right, Councillor Thornborough.
We have a standard, we have a private rented sector housing standard, which sets the requirements for kitchens in houses of multiple occupancy, and it is 2 to 5 people, and then 6 to 10 people. And I think we should, I would have thought that when we're having a retrospective application come to us, it might have been worth having a licensing officer have a look at the scheme to tell us whether it complies with our standards, but perhaps we could just at least refer to the standard as an informative, because, and it talks about the space for living rooms, it goes through all the fire precautions and
the spaces for kitchens as well.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I should have gone to you first, Councillor Poor. Perhaps you have something you want to come back on.
Again, I come back to the fact that I still don't understand what retrospective consent I'm agreeing to, because I don't know which bits are new and which aren't, which is, you know, I just think if this had come as a not built one, we would be scrutinising lots of it, whereas at the moment, like, well, it's been built, this is what it is. So I think I'm saying that I'm not comfortable at the moment to vote because I don't feel I have enough information. It may be that I have all the information, I think that's fine, but I don't want to set the precedent that you build it and we don't scrutinise it as much as if you hadn't yet built it. And it is a particularly interesting, it's an unconventional shape and design, so I'll be interested. And what I'm also not clear about is, as I think Councillor Thorne has picked up, where the rooms were before that, which I know some of it's internal, but some is pertinent to the change to the HMO because of the number of cookers you need to have, for example. I think it's more than 5 people. So I would still, personally, much as I hate to bring it back to committee and take more time, but I don't feel comfortable voting on a retrospective permission that I don't understand what I'm agreeing to. So that would be my view, is defer, just so we could get some more info, you know, before and after pictures, for example.
Okay, Toby's got an image on his screen that shows the flat roof built, which he could share with us. I don't know whether your concern, Councillor Poor, is on balance or whether you just really don't think you know enough at all.
I think
let's propose
I know
deferral.
enough about the HMO, and actually I'm supportive of the principle, I think, subject to the kitchen and things. What I don't know is what we're being asked to agree retrospectively, because I know it's sort of that sticking out bit at the side, to put it in non-planning terms, but I would have liked to see before and after, as we would if it were coming forward without having already been built.
I mean, you've got a good point. I tend to agree with you. I was just trying to ascertain whether having the case officer go through the application and making clear what is and isn't a new part might be helpful, or whether you feel a deferral is what you want to propose and get secondary and we'll have a vote on it. Which is it? We're going to have a look first at what Toby's got to show us. Toby.
Apologies, Chair. I've brought it up on the scheme, and Alice can confirm, but you can see that there's a pitched element to the roof here, and then there's a kind of flatted roof, L-shaped element, which I assume is the retrospective part of the proposal. You can see that a bit more clearly in this view. That helps, Chair.
Yeah, I think that helps. Thank you. I mean, I think there's two things there, aren't there? Whether you like the extension, but whether you know enough about it, and maybe both of those things are different, but not satisfactory.
Yeah, I think for me it's just, I just think if we were considering this as a not already built, we'll be having a different debate and a different set of pictures. So I would like to bring those back as a deferral. Not to say that I would go against it necessarily, but I don't feel I have enough information, and I don't want, just because it's been built, for that to be a sort of precedent we set. So I would go with deferral, but I appreciate other colleagues may not support me on that, so I'll defer to the chair, see what you want to do.
Well, no, you have the power as well to ask for a deferral if you wish to, as a member of this committee. So you're perfectly within your rights to do that. And as I said, I have a lot of sympathy with your position. And I'm concerned, but it's a separate thing, that both the bike shed and the extension will have to be knocked down and rebuilt to achieve what we're suggesting they do achieve, because I just don't think it will work structurally in terms of what's being proposed by the officer. Councillor Collis.
Just to say, I would second the proposal to defer for the same reasons as Councillor Poor has stated.
Anyone want to speak on that before we go to the vote? Councillor Bajent.
We spoke earlier about licensing department or the HMO licensing people having a look at this. If we're going for a deferral, I think we should get a report from them, because this kitchen should be separate from this staircase in some way. without question. And it may actually be occupied right at this moment, and they may need to be taking some action to stop the occupation because it's unsafe. There's no protection for the people upstairs.
Okay, I can hear yeps around the room. But just to say that officers are content with what we have on the table to make a decision with. The fact that we're not is neither here nor there. It's up to us to make that decision. And we have to be careful that we look at planning matters, not other things. But I do appreciate, Councillor Bagent, that you're an ex-firefighter, and even though it's not a planning matter, I do think that's a very important thing that you've raised, and we need to have clarity there. So let's have a vote on this deferment. Then we've got a proposer and seconder. All those in favour of deferring the item for more information?
That's unanimous, Chair.
That's that then. So we defer the item to come back to a future meeting of this committee, and we're particularly keen to see the extension. That's what we really want to see. But obviously it'll all come back together, I guess, including the HMO application. Is that correct, Toby?
Chair, so just to clarify, the reasons for deferral are around clarity regarding kind of what was existing and what's proposed, fire safety, and also the input from licensing with regard to the layout of the property vis-a-vis the council's standards. Yeah.
I think so. No one's saying no. So yes, that's it. Thank you. So thanks very much for that, officers. So moving on then, if everyone's okay to carry on. Next item, right? So next one is item number, I think, is it 11? Item number 11, Hampton Gardens. And that's in Romsey, it says. And that's Alice again. If you're okay to, do you need to get it up on screen first, Alice, or are you okay? No speakers. Councillor Bagent, yeah.
Yeah, I called this into committee because I was unaware of the detail. I'm now aware of the detail. Is it too late to call it out of committee?
I wouldn't dare suggest anything like that. Up to you, officers.
We've got to deal with it anyway, Chair, irrespective of whether you called it in or not. We don't have the ability to deal with Section 106 variations under delegated powers presently.
Just while Alice is getting ready, just to say that the Planning Advisory Service review, which started some time ago, was delayed slightly because of COVID, will be coming to a resolution soon, and all of these matters will be resolved, and we'll have a better scheme of delegation in the future very soon. Thank you. So, Alice, when you're ready.
Chair. So this application seeks to modify an existing planning obligation as part of Section 106 in reference to the Hampton Gardens. It proposes to delete several clauses and replace them with a revised conditional mortgagee exclusion clause. This means that the registered provider can borrow against the market value of the affordable units within the site-edged reds to increase the funding available for investment for further affordable housing. So it's to borrow against that value. So it increases the borrowing power of the registered provider to then reinvest into further affordable housing. The Section 106 application has been subject to consultation with the Housing Officer, who has no objections to the obligation being modified and has recommended revised wording for the proposed modification, which officers are happy with. So taking everything into consideration, officers' recommendation is one of approval, subject to the modifications being carried out. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alice. Very clear presentation. Your microphone's still on, Alice. We've had this before in committee. Not all of you members may be familiar with it. As Alice has said, and if I say anything wrong, please do correct me, but it just makes the housing provider's business case more robust. They were able to offer housing going forward. There's a very small risk to future occupants, but it seemed to be such a minimal risk that it doesn't merit consideration in terms of refusing the application. That's what we've come to before in terms of deliberating a similar item. Anyone got any questions or anything? Yes, Councillor Bora.
Just there seems to be a random bit of extra text in 6.2 about cross-referencing. Also, I know I raised this at the last time, and Keith will tell me we can't change it, but it always seems a bit short to say it's 3 months of active marketing, because for anything else we say a year. But I have a feeling I lost that battle at the last one. But I just wanted to note it as well that we would, 3 months is quite a short time period to have completed a change to another provider. So I assume that we'll be careful when we implement that to make sure that providers have been active in doing it.
Thank you. Any more questions? No, so I'll refer that question to the case officer, Alice, and if you need to defer to Keith, it's up to you.
I will defer to Keith, but I'm not sure the question was clear. It wasn't clear to me anyway.
Okay, yep, that's fine. Keith, if you may, please.
Yeah, Councillor Poor is correct. She did raise it last time, and my answer is the same is the same this time. It is a standard 3-month period. It does seem short, admittedly, but there's an awful lot of work that's gone on behind the scenes before you hit the triggering of this particular clause, so it should all work.
So just to be clear, it is the middle of the afternoon. Does everyone understand what they're voting about? Anyone not? Good, okay. In that case, we'll go to the vote. Recommendation, please, Toby.
Thank you, Chair. So the recommendation is set out on page 170 of the Officer report. That is to approve the variation, approve the satisfactory completion of the deed of variation to the Section 106 agreement, which includes the wording as recommended by the Housing Officer, as set out in the report, with minor amendments delegated to Officer.
Thank you very much. All those in favour of the recommendation?
It's unanimous, Chair.
That item is approved. Thank you very much. Thank you, Alice. So we'll just go on with the next item. I think that perhaps a short break after that one, maybe. If everyone's okay, no hands up. Okay, so next item is land at 315-349 Mill Road. Officer Amy Stocks, and no public speakers. So Amy, when you're ready to present them, please.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm bringing a Section 106A application to committee today. It's just for the modification of one of the obligations within the Section 106 to allow for summer occupation of student housing on Mill Road. So just for some site context, the student housing development highlighted in red on both Google Earth Image and on the plan here consists of 270 rooms and is located on the northern side of Mill Road. The site planning history for this was that a Section 106A of a very similar type was brought to committee in June of 2019, and this application was approved. However, prior to the completion of the Section 106 agreement, it came to light that a new charge in favour of Wells Fargo Bank had been registered on the title, meaning that the party, that Wells Fargo's would have to be required to sign up to the deed. To avoid the need to have the documents re-engrossed and re-executed, it was suggested that a unilateral undertaking be drafted and signed by this new party to document their agreement to the deed of variation. However, the instructions were never received by legal by the previous case officer, and as a result, the application was disposed of. So this application before you today is essentially a resubmission of the previous approved Section 106 agreement with very slight changes to the interested parties. Under this application, the previous mortgagee no longer has interest in the land, being Wells Fargo. So the new deed will need to substitute the new mortgagee for this application is Wells Fargo. So they will just need to be included into this agreement, and that a unilateral undertaking will not be required this time. All previous obligations that were approved previously at committee remain the same. So the current wording of the obligation prevents occupation of the property by other students that are enrolled in full-time occupation at ARU or colleges within the University of Cambridge during both during and out of term time. The applicant is therefore only able to offer a year-long or 50-week period tenancies to the student for accommodation. The application proposes to vary this restriction to enable the accommodation to be occupied by students or delegates aged over 18 or attending other educational institutions in the city during summer periods. This would also include individuals that attend language schools. So I've highlighted and underlined the proposed wording and where it will change. So it would just be this additional clause here that allows for students over the age of 18 or attending other educational institutions situated in the city of Cambridge to be able to stay at that building during a summer period. Several educational establishments in Cambridge require this time for accommodation, and the CAM Foundry would be able to support these institutions that do have limited accommodation. The reduced reliance on homestays accommodation that these students would be needing over the summer period would allow for this type of housing to be released back into the general housing market. So just to draw it all up, the variation of the scheme would be in line with policies 46, which relate to student housing in line with need, and would provide a wider student accommodation during this summer period. It would also reduce the reliance on homestays and reduce the impacts on the local housing market. So the Section 106 would continue to serve its useful purpose in the proposed modified way. Thank you.
Thanks for explaining that, Amy. Quite complicated legal stuff going on at the start, but the end bit was quite clear to me, but the clarity doesn't give me necessarily comfort. So when the new wording says delegates and, how is it that delegates doesn't mean every human being on the planet over the age of 18? Because surely anyone could be a delegate, but not a student. So I'm not quite clear what the word delegate means in this context. Does it mean a student who is a delegate, or does it just mean... I'm being shown something, but I'll leave it up to you to answer that, I think. Any other questions? Councillor Thornborough.
I'm a bit confused as well. I thought that when we built student accommodation that it was when the S106 was, we linked the accommodation with a further education facility. So it was 100% linked with that. And this seems to be broadening it into other education facilities. In the summer, they could come and stay here. And I do know that there are specific student accommodation blocks now which are being advertised for as, you know, studio lets for non-students, which was something I was actually going to raise with Toby another time. But are we risking broadening this so that it would be, if there was a downturn on student numbers from studying at online, that this could become, you know, Airbnb or short-term lets, which we think probably wouldn't want.
Yeah, we've had these conversations before, haven't we? And we normally stop at sort of professors and people type like that, but we don't normally go to something like delegates, if I get an explanation of what a delegate is. Councillor Dryden.
Should again, Chair, a lot of accommodations a few years ago, I remember when they have, just for students, have proctor control part of the conditions where anyone that lives there are not allowed to have a motor vehicle. Is that still current?
Sorry, I didn't quite hear the last bit you said, Councillor.
Proctorial control we used to have in Cambridge, where any accommodation for students, they weren't allowed to own a motor vehicle. That was part of the conditions.
Righto, yep. Any more? Yes, Councillor Bennett.
I think that given the financial pressures on students, if you don't make this variation, you'll have uncontrolled illicit subletting by students. And I think it's perhaps safer to give the permission so that at least any summer letting is out in the open and more controllable.
Well, to respond directly from what you've just said, I would say that presumes that the student, any given student doesn't want to stay in the accommodation, but it might be that a given student does want to stay in the accommodation. It might be that the provider of the accommodation wants the student to get out of the accommodation so they can make more money from the accommodation. So there are different ways of looking at that question, I think. Councillor Dorthrope-Wood.
You've just covered my point.
Okay, thank you. Any more? No, let's go back to let's cover those points, please. Amy, questions?
Yep. Yep. So in regards to your first question of who are the delegates, looking at the wording of it being delegates and students aged 18 or over attending other educational institutions, I believe that the delegates from that wording would refer to people who would be attending or have a link to the educational institution in some way. I'd have to look into what delegates specifically refers to, but from reading that statement there, it would be that an individual would have to be linked to the university or the institution rather than just a completely kind of independent party who just is over the age of 18. So that would be how I would read that as it stands. With the other questions being the people, motor vehicles reliance. So that would be, from what I can see on this isn't changing the provision of parking or anything like that. It's just changing the obligations put in through the Section 106. It's not proposing to increase parking or anything like that on the site. So I don't think that the level of parking or owning a motor vehicle is necessarily an issue at the moment, being where if they were to own one or impact that. I don't think that this is what this application currently relates to, and that still remains unchanged. I think my other note kind of just says here about the people that can stay there would be just, what I can see, people that are related to the educational institutions. It couldn't just be someone completely random and independent, pretty much. Please let me know if I've missed anything off there.
Thank you. So it sort of gets worse for me as I read it more closely. Firstly, you're right in the sense that delegates and students aged 18 or over attending other educational institutions makes sense in one sense, but in another sense, there's no need to have the words delegates and, because if they're students aged 18, they're attending educational institutions. But if you read back to 8.2.1, the bit there where it says about students' educational organisation and where such occupation is for the sole purpose of attending conferences, what that effectively says is that people can attend conferences who aren't students and they may stay in this accommodation. So that's effectively saying that these things that later are called delegates, people that are called delegates, won't necessarily be students. So we're opening up this accommodation to people, any people, who are aged 18 and over, who are not students, and this is meant to be student accommodation. Councillor Thornborough.
I think you're saying what I was going to say, that I think, and we picked this up before, where it's where we've questioned a student accommodation block with exactly this. They're using it for delegates to stay there during conference period, and actually it worked out that the conference period was a greater number of weeks than when the students were studying, and it really should be, if it's a delegates using accommodation, it should be that's like hotel accommodation rather than student accommodation. Maybe that's fine, but it should be then considered as a separate use class, and maybe, you know, separate, it may, business rates and things might come into it.
Thank you very much, Councillor. There's lots of hands wanting to speak. I'm just going to let Toby speak first.
Thanks, Chair. I've had quite a lot of involvement with this site over the years, and when the application first came forward, it was under the old local plan that was more restrictive in terms of use of the development. Our new policy 46 expressly allows for kind of more flexibility during that summer recess, and I know with a lot of student schemes that the council has granted that it is also allowed for delegates as well attending conferences at either university, and it's making effectively the best use of the property during a period when you know, the building may otherwise be vacant. The other argument that we commonly get around relaxation of these obligations is that if there isn't a relaxation, often the kind of the fees that students are paying are greater. You know, there are potential advantages for students having kind of letting terms that coincide with their accommodation, that coincide with their academic terms. I think members probably need to think about what is the harm arising here in terms of the kind of wider use of the buildings during that summer recess period. I see that the applicants from the report have amended the travel plan to try and kind of cater for the alternative uses. So they have looked in a kind of broader scope with regard to these alternative impacts. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Toby. Councillor Dryden.
I mentioned proctorial control, and Toby probably remembers it. Years ago, when you had any accommodation for students, that used to be in the report about proctorial control. And also, it didn't happen a lot, but you used to have reports every 6 months. It used to be on the record that we'd get reports back from the proctorial control officers telling us if it's been students have been caught for having a motor vehicle, and they were told if they get caught, they actually could be sent down from their studies. It was quite strict, and the reason with that rules was to stop vehicles in Cambridge being used by students. And when they get their application for a property out of Cambridge, that was again to look at that there were only students come in who couldn't use a motor vehicle. So that's the reason we put it in. So it seems bad now if we're not enforcing that idea with the problems, the other problems we're getting in Cambridge with traffic. So I think we should enforce that.
Yep, thank you, Councillor. Toby?
So there are obligations within the bigger obligation on this site with regard to the keeping of cars. It doesn't come under proctorial control because that's specifically a University of Cambridge. Yeah, well, I'm not sure about Anglia Ruskin, but I certainly know University of Cambridge has proctorial control. But I'll defer to your knowledge. But this is a kind of privately run student accommodation with links to those. Certainly, I think to kind of ARU, but those obligations already exist in the wider planning obligation. This is what's before you is a revision to a small part of the obligation, rather than you having seen all of it.
Thank you, Toby. Councillor Levine.
I was going to suggest just removing the word delegates from 822, but I've got a feeling we might be throwing out the baby with the bathwater if we're doing that in the light of what Toby's just said. In other words, we may just have to live with that and control it.
Well, if that's a proposal, we can come back and have a seconder if you want, but let's go forward a bit further. So, Councillor Bennett.
It's just a very small point. In 7.14 on page 178, which is the travel plan, where the last sentence says all students are aged 18 or over and are not permitted to bring a car to the city during the stay. Should that be delegates and students? Genuine question.
That's a good point. Okay, we'll leave that to Amy. Okay, Councillor Bajan.
Yeah, thank you. I know I'm sort of doubling up on what's being said here, but this is an area of extremely congested parking and conflictual parking, mostly due to the use of the mosque, which covers the whole area when it's when it's working. When we built this, or when this was built, there was definitely a proposal in the planning permission that students could not park in the area. And the owners of this building have been very successful in policing that. And when people have drawn attention to it, they have followed it through. I think this should just be added on as the same thing if we accept this.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Thornborough?
Yeah, following on from what Toby was saying, I think students, you would normally be a student for a whole year. So you arrive and you stay there. But if you're a delegate, you could be a delegate staying for one night and then, you know, for a 2-day conference. So there may be, one of the downsides maybe you might consider there's a lot more coming and goings. There's a lot more people coming in to clean and, you know, replace bed linen, and it becomes like a hotel accommodation. I'm not saying that will be detrimental, but I think there could be more coming and goings. I agree that, you know, for sustainable buildings, the more they're occupied, the better. It will be cheaper for the students, but I think it is a different use, and I think we should almost have the wording to allow a different use when students are not there, which is delegate use of accommodation rather than mixing it into student or delegates. And I think then if it was appropriate for a different, you know, business rates or something, which is not really for us to consider, it would be easier for the council to consider that if it was a separate line.
Thank you, Councillor. Toby looks like he wants to say something.
So maybe a way around this issue is to go ahead and vote to grant the deed of variation subject to the travel plans being updated to reflect these two different uses, the delegates and the student uses, being discharged by officers to ensure that there are robust mechanisms in place. That is one way of tackling it. Or if members feel as if it would be more difficult to control delegate use, you could effectively vote to strike out delegates from the variation and refer to students only.
Come back, Councillor Thornborough.
I agree with you, Toby, but I particularly about travel plans, I think it's a very good idea. I think there should be the sentence where it says delegates and or students. I think that it should just be students, and then there should be another point which deals with delegates using the building.
Well, where you started, Councillor, was in terms of policy, and you're the executive councillor responsible for that policy, so it's up to you. Bring it forward. I think the thing is, it's not just about travel, though, is it really? It's about the people themselves. I mean, you can imagine a single delegate might be a single person who might just go to the conference and then go home and sleep, but it could be a group of delegates from, say, a school who are all 18 years old, out for a good time. I don't want to be, you know, against young people, but it's just there are different groups of people. Older people don't behave themselves as well sometimes, obviously, but you know what I mean. I mean, this is a different thing to, obviously the case officer, we haven't forgotten you, by the way, Amy, considers this to be acceptable, and we've been here before with this conversation, but it's a concern for local residents. Councillor Dryden.
I'd like to second Toby's proposal. strike out delegates.
Thank you. Councillor Levine, you wanted to say something?
No, I'd like to third that.
Okay. Was there anything you needed to come back on, Amy?
There was, I think Toby's covered a lot of the questions. There was one kind of update I wanted to give in regards to the management plan. The applicant has said that there was an approved transport management plan, or management plan rather, that they would be looking to update should this get permission. So I think the management plan and the transport travel plan, the applicant would be looking to kind of revise it anyway and resubmit in light of the change of the obligation. But I just wanted to make that clear to members. But yeah, I think Toby's suggestion is good.
Okay, thanks for that. Sorry I missed you, Councillor Bennett.
It's just a quick point about business rates, since this has been mentioned, and I wondered if we should add an informative mentioning that the obligation to find out whether you are liable to pay business rates or any sort of mixed arrangements or whatever lies on the occupier, and drawing this to their attention.
Alice? To that, Alice. Oh, sorry, I apologise, Amy. I do apologise. Sorry.
It's okay. I think with informative for business rates on the Section 106, that, I mean, I'll probably have to ask Keith if that could be something that could be absorbed into the Section 106. But I'm sure, you know, if there is something that could be done with it, I can't see why that would be an issue. So if I could defer to Keith, that would be helpful.
Keith, do you want to be deferred to?
Certainly. An informative goes on a planning permission, not on a Section 106 agreement or a deed of modification such as this. So it's the wrong tool for the exercise, I'm afraid.
There you are. Amy, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, if it is the wrong tool, then we can't put it on there. But whether that could be something that the applicant would be willing to include, I'd have to check with them for the proposed vary, as that hasn't been included in this obligation in front of members today.
Okay, that's a little unclear. Toby, do you want to give any clarity at all, or Keith?
Yeah, sorry to interject. You can't simply just ask the applicant if they'll agree to further clauses going in here. They have made an application, as you've seen here, for which they want to change clause 8 of the agreement. That's the focus of your attention. Nothing else, I'm afraid. Nothing else.
Okay, and just one small point. I think we're almost done then. Councillor Bennett raised the point, and I can't remember which one it was now, something, about including delegates in the sentence, not just students, because it sort of allows delegates to drive their cars if they wish, or other vehicles. Do you remember which one it was, Councillor Bennett?
It was 7.14, which is the last line of the travel plan paragraph.
7.14, that's it, yeah. So, Amy, vis-a-vis our conversations about delegates and students, if we are going to let this go forward, that needs to say delegates as well, I guess, doesn't it? Otherwise, it doesn't apply to delegates, does it?
Yeah, that would be inclusive of delegates. I think with the applicant willing to revise the management plan as well as the travel plan to reflect the change in the obligations, that would encompass delegates as well.
Okay, so I think the thing is we've had this conversation again, we've had it before, we'll probably have it again in the future. It's a bit convoluted, isn't it? But I suppose the thing is, the concern is it's local residents, it's turning it into a hotel in the summer months. Are we happy with that? Is that a good thing for the city? Does it fit with planning matters, needs, etc.? And we'll decide in the vote if there's no other questions. Okay, so I don't know. Does anyone want to propose that? Oh, sorry. Okay, so councillor Dryden is proposing to strike out the word delegates from the recommendation. Yeah, we've got a seconder by the look of it. Hang on a minute, hang on. Davey, councillor Bajan, are you seconding that proposal, are you?
No, I'm definitely not, Chair.
Not, okay. Is there a seconder for the...
I am.
Yes, you are, councillor Levine. Okay, we've got a seconder. Does anyone want to speak on that proposal? Councillor Bajan.
Chair, this has been the subject of a controversial application all its life. It was supposed to be housing, and it was turned into student accommodation, and the council fought against that, but found that we weren't able to stop it. It was then set down and very restricted in its use for students. The owners of the property then came forward and said that during the summer the place was empty, or often empty, and that there was a need to use those premises for, and we agreed as a city council under the terms of education that it could be used. And now delegates is education, but a hotel is not education. And that we had application from Mill Road traders because they said their trade dipped because this has got a lot of students in it and they walk up Mill Road and they spend a lot of money. So we supported this when it came forward before, I think about a year ago. And now we've heard about a change of ownership which has affected the planning permission. Now this is very different if you're talking about turning it into a hotel for the summer. No, we can't do that. That's not what this is designed for. This is an education premises.
Most of what you said, I think, to be fair, is not so applicable to the case on the table today. But, and also the text, I mean, it was me that used the word hotel and one other councillor, but not in the report, or the officer hasn't said that. And it's meant to be delegates who are attending an educational institution, I believe, isn't it? I can't remember the words now, I've got them in front of me. So it's not quite as you say. But Toby, do you want to say anything about what Councillor Bajan has just said? Does it have any?
It's certainly not for hotel use. I think the clearest way to proceed, Chair, is to vote on the recommendation. Officers will supplement the recommendation with a requirement for the travel plan to be amended to include delegates specifically, and for that to be approved prior to any deed of variation being agreed. If the vote on that doesn't carry, then we can vote potentially on a student-only clause, but that would have to be subject to officers reverting to the applicants to agree that revision.
Tricky, isn't it? So before we go forward, we have had a proposal and a seconder, so we're going to have that vote first. But Councillor Bajan, is it pertinent?
It's taking the word student away and using for educational purposes during that summer period is a different situation.
I mean, just to say, Councillor, in the past we've voted to allow non-students to stay in student accommodation. You know, people like professors and all those sorts of people that are associated with it.
Yeah, but this is not the same student accommodation. This was built under protest on housing land, and we laid down that it was students only. We varied that requirement after an application by the premises and Mill Road traders to keep students moving around in Romsey so that they increased the trade and made the premises more viable. This is not a university building. This is a private profit-making company.
Profit isn't a planning matter, and the fact that this was done under protest is not a planning matter either. We are where we are, the item's on the table. So let's just have this vote on what Councillor Dryden has suggested we do, which is to remove the word delegate from the... do you want to speak on that, Councillor Porro?
Yeah, sorry, I've been trying not to speak in this one because I didn't have a huge amount to say. I'm a bit worried if we remove the delegate thing, then what we're actually saying is we don't want short-term people popping in for one night only who aren't associated with a true educational purpose. So I'm almost, I hate to say defer it again, but I'd almost rather go back and see what the applicant wants to put forward, because I'm a little bit worried if we remove delegate, that still means they could rent it to any student for one night at a time. You know, we're sort of, we might be building up more problems for ourselves by doing that. Because to me, what we don't mean only students. I think, as Dave, Councillor Bajan said, educational purposes. So that could be postgraduates or professors who are coming for the summer. The problem we have is the kind of Airbnb short-term thing, and changing it to delegate. I'm not sure that addresses it. So I wonder if we do need to see, because obviously it's up to the applicant as well. They're putting this in front of us. Yeah, I'm a bit stuck because I'm not sure we're solving the problem with that
I appreciate
change.
your
Sorry, that's a
speaking
bit
from
random.
your experience of working at ARU, so it's a useful comment to have. And I think the thing is we could have done with more information from the applicant about what they mean by delegate, rather than just chucking that word in there, because that's caused the problem. Did you want to speak, Keith? I thought you were saying something about that.
Yes, thanks. I wanted to come back on what Councillor Bajan had said. I'm sorry if I've misunderstood what he has said, but there is not an intention with this amended wording to depart from educational uses with a small u. The delegates will be educational delegates, whether they're lecturers or whatever else a delegate may do for an educational purpose, or the students. So I don't, in the way that paragraph 8.2.2 is expressed, I do not see it going beyond an educational institution's use or delegates of an educational institution. So I think falling into a hotel, in inverted commas, is extremely unlikely. And we would have enforcement powers to fall back on if the obligation is stretched to beyond breaking point. Though I would say, I picked up on what Councillor Cora has said about a deferral. I'm very nervous about deleting the word delegates here today. I really do have some concerns about that. And from a legal perspective, I would prefer that you move to get clarity on what delegates is, so that officers can then decide the appropriate action and advice to come back here with, or indeed the application has to be changed. I think probably I've said enough.
You know, that's good. Thank you. More than normal. Councillor Dryden, you had your hand up.
But what's happening, there is other buildings, educational buildings around Cambridge City, which have got these rules in already, which have been working for years. So it's not something we're just making up now.
So I'm aware that I'm still, Councillor Pora, yeah.
In the light of Keith's advice, I move to defer if someone was willing to second. Because I'm just worried we're going to go round and round in circles. We might as well, if we're going to defer it, I'd rather get the full information.
Yeah, just hold on with that a minute. So we've got a proposal on the table already from Councillor Dryden, seconded by Councillor Levine. So what I would say to you, Councillors Dryden and Levine, I am concerned myself that there's lack of clarity about this word delegate. And I think it relates, even though I appreciate what you said, Keith, but this is not a direct Anglia-Ruskin University or Cambridge University institution. This is a separate provider. Doesn't quite fit so comfortably into what you said, I think, in terms of the future provision. So what I'm going to say to you, Councillor Dryden, is are you willing to drop your proposal to...
I've just listened to the planning lawyer. I'm going to drop my proposal.
What I was going to say is let's instead have a vote on deferring the item to understand better what the applicant wants to. Councillor Bajan, yeah.
Chair, before we do that, could we not pass this application over to Chair, Vice Chair and spokes to save it coming back here? We know what's being said here. We know what's being said. So there's no reason why the officer can't work up something with the applicant and then it comes back to Chair, Vice Chair and spokes.
Well, the spokes is not happy. Other members are nodding appreciation. No, I don't think so.
Looks like not. So let's a vote on that deferral then. So Councillor Power has proposed, I think Councillor Bennett was going to second, yes, to defer the item on the basis that the applicant can come forward with more information about what it is they actually want to use this facility for, especially with regard to the word delegate and non-student people. I think that will be useful for us to make a decision. So apologies to the applicant, but if they brought more information, if they're going to speak to us, that would all be good, but they haven't, and so we're left in a quandary. So all those in favour of that proposal? All those against? Okay, so that's passed, so the item is deferred to come back. Have a short break now for a few minutes, come back just before 4 for the last item of the day. Thank you, councillors. Okay, welcome back, councillors. After a short break, we've got the last item of the day, item 14. This is a confidential item from the Emperor Public House on 21 Hills Road. So there are no public speakers on this item. The report contains exempt information during which the public is likely to be excluded from the meeting, subject to determination by the committee following consideration of a public interest test. The exclusion would be made under paragraph 5 of part 1 of Schedule 12A of the Local Government Act 1972. The committee will now be asked to resolve to vote to exclude the public. Just before we do that, councillors, do any of you feel that you would rather keep the public here? Just to be sure. Okay, in that case, let's have that vote then. So vote to exclude the public. All those in favour of that? It's unanimous, so we will exclude the public. So Chris, if you'd now close the live stream then, please.